Salutations, Legion of Doom. Welcome to podcast, the storm of social awkward outcasts, crazy weirdos, and all around nerds convene to talk and debate all things pop culture. With me, as always, is my co-host, the nerdy occultist, aka the authenticator, Dalton L. Mortimer.
Hello and good evening, everyone. Sorry if I'm distracted. Brainstormer and I were just having a conversation before stream, and now my brain is working overtime to try and make something he pulled out of his ass on me at the last second work, and I'm multitasking mentally.
And I'm your host last time. Well, I want to be the brainstorm of pop culture. How's everyone doing tonight?
Like I said, I'm still focusing on the thing we talked about before we came on, because I can't. I want to make it work for you, but I still think it would work better for another character than it would for the character you suggested doing it with. Anyway, moving on to tonight's festive stupidity.
Right, yeah. Kind of a loaded thing. Also, I do want to bring up something that was brought to my attention earlier today. That regarding Jason David Frank, who, if anyone doesn't know, played Tommy Oliver in the Power Rangers, who had unfortunately passed away.
I didn't see that story. Damn.
Yeah.
Someone played the Dragon Dagger flute song at his funeral. Just like Mark Hamill should deliver the Joker eulogy for Kevin Conroy.
Okay. Yeah, it's weird to hear, and it sucks a lot more because it's happened with like a week after Kevin Conroy's passing. So,
and it also means no more Tommy Oliver in Power Rangers. And by which I mean, if anyone tries to recast, I'm going to kill some people.
Yeah.
Do not recast Tommy. Don't do it.
Yeah, so it's a bit surreal to think about it because the guy was only 49.
Again, someone steal like several decades off of Klaus Schwab's lifespan and give it to Jason David Frank instead.
Yeah.
The good do in fact die young. And yes, I'm aware that Jason David Frank was a bit of a narcissistic asshole because he knew how awesome Tommy as a character was, and he was very, very protective of it. But here's the thing. The Green Ranger story arc in the original Mighty Morphin era is what put Power Rangers on the map and made it a much more nuanced and adult show. Nuanced in air quotes because I realize that word has become poison. But it was the Green Ranger story arc that kind of epicified the original Power Rangers. And every time Tommy has shown up since then, he has pulled more than his fair share of the weight. So while, yes, Jason David Frank was sometimes a self-indulgent boob about it, he kind of earned it because, again, without him and the Green Ranger story arc, Power Rangers wouldn't have been put on the map. Not to mention that Tommy was the leader of the team several times in a row, and he was the mentor of my sort of semi-inaugural season, which was Dino Thunder. Tommy really should have been the mentor more often than he was, but we will never get to see that again because of reasons. Yes.
Right. So I do want to point out hello Dragon Turtle and hello Chrononaut and probably 2 others who are watching that I don't see in the comments yet. So yeah, we are going to So we again, this is kind of like playing catch up because we have a lot of things to cover from like October.
Every time we turn our backs, the world is just like, here, have all the things that you can't cover because theming. But we're not ever going to sacrifice our Halloween awesomeness for the sake of normal shit.
Yeah.
Because that would be a travesty in and of itself, and I'm almost fairly sure I would collapse spontaneously of hypothermia if I even suggested it. So we're not doing that. Because, Mab. Oh, yeah.
Giant Turtle says competent / important people are often assholes, probably because nobody could tell them no, or less important people could just be made to shut up or else.
Well, there's that, and there is the double-edged sword of sometimes if someone is competent enough, they have earned the right to be a bit of a dickhead. Problem is, some people do one good thing, cough cough James Cameron, cough cough Neil Gaiman, cough cough Alan Moore, or a series of smaller good things, and then they assume that they can therefore do no wrong ever again, no matter how much they should be told no sometimes. Again, for this also read George Lucas, probably, because the sad irony of George Lucas is a lot of the most iconic aspects of the original trilogy were not George Lucas's doing. They were the guy who was the main director and writer of Empire who really brought Star Wars to the fore. And honestly, he should deserve a lot more credit than he gets. Not saying that George didn't do what George did. I'm just saying that the best Star Wars movie, full stop, is Empire, and anyone who disagrees with that may be force choked by my lack of giving a fuck, frankly.
Sorry, I just for the sake of time and stuff.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Speaking of people who are far more self-indulgent than they should be, we'll get into James Cameron here in a little bit. But first, the twin elephants in the room.
All right, so this is from the newstatesman.com. There's some don't to me. Specifically the UK version, I guess. And it says support 100. You know what? No, I'm not gonna rag on the publisher.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, this was published October 19th, 2022, or October 20th, 2022, I suppose, because it was updated.
Mm-hmm.
Shows like The Rings of Power and She-Hulk have been runaway successes. Why can't keyboard warriors admit it? It's written by Mark Burrows.
Because it is not true and can be demonstrably proven to not be true.
Oh.
And truth or no truth, it's illogical. Even if it were arguably true, it would still be functionally illogical.
All right. God, it's so cold.
Yep. It's late fall, beginning of winter here, so yeah, we got snow. I want to say last week for the first time because I woke up and there was snow, albeit a small dusting of it. But snow always makes me happy, and it did even before I went and bound myself to the queen of it. Now it makes me even happier because it's like, oh, she's paying attention. Good. That or maybe not good, but it's at least comforting knowing she's there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Moving on.
Happily, these shows have proven subheader. Happily, these shows have proven to be huge hits, extremely popular with audiences and critics alike, despite the trolling.
Au contraire. and we can prove this fairly succinctly simply by referencing the Nielsen ratings, because the thing of it is, Nielsen only counts shows from independent streaming services on their independent content list, which means that House of the Dragon only gets I think like a fourth of its overall ratings counted by Nielsen, because some people watch House of the Dragon on HBO Max and some people simply watch it on HBO when it airs, because some people for some reason still have terrestrial TV, but that's neither here nor there. My point is that House of the Dragon kept pace with Rings of Power and in several cases actually surpassed Rings of Power on the Nielsen ratings for its entire run, despite only a fourth of its overall ratings being counted by Nielsen because they were only counting what they could get from HBO Max. Meanwhile, Rings of Power is literally 10 times more expensive than your average. Like a single episode of Rings of Power is 10 times more expensive than a single episode of House of the Dragon, and they have, I believe, the same number of episodes. So there.
Yeah,
And She-Hulk just didn't do good numbers by anyone's
and
figurings.
we've talked. I don't want to say ad nauseum because I don't really think we have, to be fair. But we've made our opinions on She-Hulk known in the past.
Yeah, and those were just qualitative. But since the point was about the successfulness of these shows, She-Hulk did less well than Miss Marvel. It did less well than Moon Knight. It did less well than Loki. It did less well than WandaVision. I think the only thing it managed to beat numbers wise was What If, and What If is an animated show. It's also half an hour each episode, and I want to say there are fewer episodes of What If than there were of She-Hulk. So
sorry, She-Hulk was only half. Their episodes were only half an hour.
yes,
Huh.
unless I'm misremembering. But my point is that She-Hulk did not do well. The only episode that it could be said to have done well, really, is the Daredevil crossover episode. Probably because that's the only good episode of the entire show. Probably because Kevin Feige had a gun to the show writer's head and said, "Do not make fun of Daredevil, or I pull the goddamn trigger." As well he should, but to be fair, Kevin, if you were going to do that with Daredevil, then you probably also should have done that with She-Hulk. But I only blame Kevin Feige a certain amount because since the creation of so much more content for Phase 4 with the movies and shows, he's kind of had to take a step back, otherwise he would be running himself ragged. Problem being, because he is taking a step back and doesn't have as much of a stranglehold on the content as he used to, he occasionally lets slip writers who don't know what they're doing or have a particular axe to grind, and then we get shows like Miss Marvel or She-Hulk. And just to be fair to Miss Marvel, I think She-Hulk is worse than Miss Marvel by several orders of magnitude. Werewolf by Night is the best thing Marvel has made in all of Phase 4, but apparently it doesn't count. Anyway, moving on.
Okay, so just to read a few comments that popped up while you were talking. Hey, Chrononaut, hey, they are telling the truth. They were successful in killing the fans' interest.
I mean that is fair. That was the goal of both of the show writers of Rings of Power and She-Hulk. But I think the problem is that in a sane world, either an artistic one or a business savvy one, neither of those two measured success by anything resembling a business measure or a artistic measure. Therefore, under normal circumstances they would fail, but under the auspices of we wanted to create an abject failure, and yet we're surprised that that abject failure actually failed. I suppose they were successful.
Giant Turtle Dalton, I'm happy to know that the fairy queen of ice, death, and predators is watching me. I know why, but it is still funny.
I am aware of the irony, but to her credit, Queen Mab has dealt fairly with me, and we have not had any issues to the best of my knowledge, at least none that I haven't paid for in blood.
Yeah, I was about to say, like
I
you have fucked up with Mab before, or Queen Mab.
I mean, fucked up in air quotes, because if I had actually fucked up, I would have been dead long since. And I am
still, you did a stupid. You don't deny that.
I did a stupid, but I sort of think she anticipated me doing that stupid to get leverage over me, because otherwise the debt would have gone in her direction rather than mine. And Mab being Mab, she rigged the game tables, as it were.
I could see why you made a pact with her.
And in retrospect, it was me being dumb for not anticipating Mab to do that. And immediately afterwards, I was like, "Oh, of course Mab is going to do that. It's Mab. What am I saying? I didn't horribly ruin this. It was she sort of tricked me into it so that she could run the tables, as it were.
This is
because that's what she does.
This is one of the many reasons I do not fuck with the supernatural.
Yeah, I mean that's fair. Although there are plenty of entities who I think you would get along with fine.
I don't
probably isn't one of them.
I am not smart enough to play the intricate chess game of making sure the odds are in my favor whenever there's a deal.
Yeah, and there's only so much I can do to help you, because, quite frankly, the entities that you would get along with are far kinder than I can stomach, and I don't do kind. Kind is a foreign thing to my way of thinking. So, like, I can only help you so much. I don't do kind.
Right. Okay. So let's get into the actual article. Oh, right. Actually, before I forget, I had my birthday on Wednesday, so I am now 23.
Yeah. How did that go, by the way? I know you told me on Thursday when we hung out, but for the sake of posterity in the stream.
I don't pray Chrononaut. Yeah, it was fine. You know, I got to hang out with my family. We chilled. You know, got some stuff. Got comics. Nice T-shirts. Nice socks. I'm actually wearing a pair right now. Really comfy.
I still have a personal vendetta against the very existence of T-shirts. But
they're nice, and fuck you, they're nice. So I like them.
Someday I will snap all of T-shirts from existence. But until that day, you are permitted to be heathen.
If you ever actually do that, I'm socking you in the mouth.
Fair enough. I'm still gonna try and do it, though. It's worth it.
Yeah. But yeah, it was nice. It was just don't have much to say, to be honest. Yeah, it was nice. I am. There is a gift that I'm waiting to get, just because it's like a special order kind of deal.
And I mean, Christmas is less than a month out, or actually just over a month out, so it can sort of double as both if it's that special. Though I am glad that you have something special that you're waiting for, because God Like I admire your simplicity, sir, but at the same time, it makes me sad as your friend because birthdays and holidays should be special.
Mine was special, just in my way. Just less showy. Let's be honest, Don. You're a dramatic bitch.
Yes, I am well aware I'm a fancy fucker.
Yeah,
Again,
you like
willingly consigned myself to the Queen of Winter because I figured we would get along. So obviously my standards are significantly higher than most people.
right,
But that being said, you are my friend, and I want to pamper my friends because I don't have that many of them, and they deserve to be
I
pampered.
get that, but you are more extravagant. I prefer more subtle, more low key stuff. You know.
Uh-huh. Still gonna try my best to spoil you by finding you something for Christmas though, because that's just I can't help myself from doing it. Because that's what friends are for, god damn it. I already have something I think in mind for you. It's just going to be a pain in the ass to get it again. Hopefully I'll be able to actually get it on time though this year.
Anyway, shall we?
Mm-hmm.
The Great Doom was foreseen from the moment the first trailers hit. First images was released and the casting first announced. I don't think I ever had a problem with the casting, to be fully honest.
Yeah, no, it's the casting of Rings of Power was only a problem insofar as you weren't telling the story that would have made sense to tell within Tolkien's mythos using that casting. Namely, if you wanted to tell a story about minority characters, air quotes, minority characters in Middle-earth, why didn't you just tell the story of Alatar and Palando, the two blue wizards, saving the Easterlings from Melkor and Sauron's influence? That would have been a story that would have featured 99.9% people of color. You could even race swap the two blue wizards and no one really would have given a fuck because the design of the two blue wizards has always kind of been in flux. And it would have given you an oppressor oppressed story, which is the story you guys love telling. And it would have fit organically into the mythos and no one would have been upset. But instead of doing any of the things that would have actually made sense to do, given your desires A and the source material B, you went and you race and gender swapped a bunch of characters that had pre-established connections within the lore and had pre-established reasons why that shouldn't be the case within the lore.
Right.
And now you're surprised that people got mad at it.
Yeah, this will be a disaster. This will end the studio. Fans have had enough. Which show basically all of them. Okay, so again, the weird. I don't really remember hearing stuff like that. I mean, I'm sure there were people saying that. I wasn't one of them.
It's largely a straw man, and that's the thing. It's the author is doing the passive aggressive straw manning thing because A, they don't appear to understand people with different frameworks than them, and B, they didn't actually address any of the actual arguments made against or in favor of these things. They just presume they understand what goes on in other people's heads even when they don't. And therein lies the goddamn problem once again.
Right. Yeah, sorry, I was trying to think if I had anything else to say, but no, I'm good. Moving on.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Critics on Twitter and YouTube said it about Amazon's Lord of the Rings of Power. They said it about Disney's She-Hulk attorney at law. Never really showed her being an attorney or a good one.
It also never really addressed the personality or character types of the character from the comics,
right?
And instead made her a middle-aged.
I want to point this out. I had actually watched a video from the guy who has that show called Get Lawyered on YouTube. The lawyer who analyzes like the legal aspects of certain fictional stuff and.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of lawyers that do that.
I can't remember his name. I feel bad because he did.
Was it? Was it Legal Eagle? The guy who does that channel, or
I I
was it a different channel?
I think it was him because he has that show that kind of segment on his channel called Get Lawyered. I also watched the one where he talked about the Sokovia Accords.
Yeah, I think that was Legal Eagle, and if it wasn't, then apologies to whoever it actually was. There are like three or four different lawyers who specifically specialize in the what if we took fictional law and applied like actual legal precedents and standards to it.
Yeah.
I'm still waiting for him to do the movie Grandma Got Run Over by a Reindeer. He might have done that one already, but I haven't seen that one yet. Or if I have, it's been a long time because that was one of my favorite holiday specials as a kid, and I really liked the whole like almost legal drama aspect of like the vehicular negligence and stuff. So I want to see someone take on that. But maybe in the coming holiday season they will. Who knows?
Yeah,
That
no, but it was legal.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think his name is Max too. Because
I was not aware of that. But yeah, I watched his video on when I was doing my rewrite of She-Hulk. I had actually watched that. Um,
to actually make sense of the damn thing.
yeah. Um, but my point, obviously, being is that the show can't really be called Returning of Law because it doesn't.
It's bad at the legal part and it's bad at the She-Hulk part.
Yeah, it's
So you 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 had two jobs and you failed at both of them, and instead made She-Hulk a bitter middle-aged type A feminist surrogate character slash career woman stereotype character who doesn't enjoy having her powers or being sexy or being powerful at all, even though that was a large part of the character in the comics and why people liked her.
not incredible. Also, not incredibly creative when it came to the fourth wall breaking. But
No,
that's neither here nor there. We're getting off topic.
yeah. Anyway, back on to the thing.
And they said it about Obi-Wan Kenobi. And these are just the more recent three. Okay, so I have something to say about Obi-Wan Kenobi because we talked about this when we talked about like the trailers and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It feel with the trailers and given the things I remember seeing of the show, like episode one, like clipped wise, I don't necessarily think the story needed to be told. Like it felt like a weird tack on, or it.
Yeah, and as most people complained when the trailer came out, it's kind of lore breaking because it prevents it goes against the whole reason why Obi-Wan and company insisted on hiding Luke on Tatooine, which is that Anakin stroke Vader would not want to return there, and he returns there at several points in the goddamn show. And B, it breaks the conversation that Obi-Wan and Vader have in New Hope, the whole "when I left you, I was but the learner, now I am the master" speech. Apparently, they've versed each other several times in the interim, and neither of them mentioned it. It's kind of like the same problem I had with the same problem I had with Rings of Power wasn't even the social justice thing. It was the people were clearly not paying attention to how to execute what they wanted or the kind of story they wanted to tell within the context of the mythos. Because there is a way you could have told the Obi-Wan Vader Leia story that they told in Obi-Wan without making it lore breaking, but either they actively wanted to break the lore out of spite, which is all too common, or no one cared. And a key feature of telling a good story, especially in an established canon, is you have to actually care about the characters as like entities in their own right, and you have to care about the world they exist in its own right. And neither of them did either of these things.
Shall we?
Yeah, moving on.
It was said they had been infected by woke agendas, had no respect for their respective source material, and that fans would eventually realize.
All of this appears to be true because Obi-Wan and She-Hulk and Rings of Power, all three of them massively underperformed given the investment and the advertising being put into the respective things. Obi-Wan is probably the least of these, but it's also probably the least offensive or the least bad of the three. So that sort of makes sense. But notice how Andor is massively, massively underperforming, even though Andor's quality is far better. Part of that probably has to do with a bunch of Star Wars fans going, I gave them one last shot because I thought maybe Obi-Wan looked cool, and they bollocksed it. So, bollocks to them.
Uh-huh.
Because a lot of people will tolerate the occasional bad thing from their respective franchises. I mean, for the love of God, the entire Star Wars fandom put up with the prequels just fine, and the quality of those was hit or miss at best. But there's only so many whacks with the fuck you stick that a fandom can take before they're just like, fuck off with you. I kind of wish that hadn't happened with the DC franchise because it appears to be negatively affecting Black Adam, and Black Adam was actually pretty freaking good. But it's the same principle. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, or three times, or four times, or however many times, and the shame is on both of us essentially.
Uh,
Yeah, moving on.
the Emperor would be revealed in all his naked glory. Thankfully, in the case of the Star Wars shows, only metaphorically.
I didn't need that mental image of Sidious naked, and now I have it, and you will be hearing from my therapist and lawyer. Uh,
I agree, Dragon Turtle. Prequels weren't as bad as people think, especially if you gloss over the Anakin Padme love plot. To be fair, I have seen edits, like fan edits, that kind of like if you take out certain scenes and stuff and add deleted ones, it kind of works a little better, more coherent.
yeah, and here's the other thing. I'm not crapping on the prequels like most people do. Um, I think story wise the prequels work just fine. The problem is in the execution and in the lack of quality of the execution. It's this is the irony of the Star Wars franchise. The prequels were story consistent, i.e., they were still Star Wars movies at their core, but they were very technically inept in many different ways. But the sequel trilogy was very technically proficient, but completely shadow over the essence of what Star Wars is at its core. And that's why many people who spent the entire 2000s shitting all over the prequels as though it were their day jobs, look now back on the prequels fondly because they realized that while there were technical issues with the prequels, the soul and the heart of Star Wars was still there. Whereas the sequels sold us on being technically immaculate looking and not having a damn thing to do with Star Wars as a mythos. And that's why the sequels are regarded worse than the prequels.
And I will, and to this day, I will, and just a little off topic here, and then we'll get back to this. I will advocate that Finn should have been the main character of the sequel trilogy.
That is also a possibility, and honestly, they really should have had at least one scene with the band getting back together. All three, as in Han, Luke, and Leia, should have all been together at one point, and also Chewie. But for some reason, that very obvious thing did not occur to anyone. Um, in any case, though, I would actually make the argument that, and this is going to sound like heresy to some people, but I would actually make the argument that the Star Wars movies have always kind of been inconsistent. because each trilogy of the Star Wars franchise has at least one movie that is worth watching, and the other two are just kind of meh. In the case of the original trilogy, it was Empire that was the good one, and New Hope and Return of the Jedi were both sort of meh. In the case of the prequels, it was Revenge of the Sith was the one good one, and the other two were just sort of meh. And in the case of the sequel trilogy, Rogue One is basically the only watchable Disney Star Wars movie, and the rest of everything else is kind of meh.
The thing I will add give praise to for the prequels is that it did give us Star Wars, both the Genndy Tartakovsky's The Clone Wars animated shorts and Star Wars The Clone Wars series.
Yeah, both of those are awesome, and that's the main reason why. Or, well, that's one of the main examples as to what I mean when I say the main problem with the prequel trilogy was that they had massive technical issues, largely due to George Lucas's ego and not being able to tell him no when he needed to be told no. Because when you take away the technical failings of the prequel trilogy and just focus on the story and character elements of the prequel trilogy and the world building in the form of either Clone Wars, they are arguably the best Star Wars content since Empire. And yes, I said that.
Right. Anyway, I'm sorry, that was a little tangent we started. Moving back. Happily, all three shows have proven to be huge hits, extremely popular with audiences and critics alike. Now,
False.
all right,
Objectively, verifiably, numerically false, my
okay.
dear.
Let me read the rest just so we have full. So it's not just conjecture, you know. Only a month into the Rings of Power's run, Amazon executives were claiming that viewing figures were pressing towards 100 million. She-Hulk has been Disney Plus' top trending show and is regularly in the top 10 streaming shows in the U.S. according to Nielsen ratings.
At the middle to bottom of that list, yes, and no, it didn't open at number 1. Also, again, using your own standard, i.e., the Nielsen ratings, Rings of Power was constantly tied with House of the Dragon, and House of the Dragon only had access to a third or fourth of its overall viewing numbers because Nielsen only tracks HBO Max but doesn't include HBO in the rankings. And several times, even despite this handicap, House of the Dragon managed to come above Rings of Power. Also, there are independent aggregators of ratings that heavily dispute Rings of Power's numbers, and also the highest rated episode of Rings of Power in terms of viewing figures are the first two, and increasingly fell off a cliff as the weeks went by. So you're being extremely disingenuous in how you're choosing to frame this. And again, I don't usually prefer to go into numbers because I prefer to just address logic, because normally if there's an empirical flaw in something, there's usually a logical flaw underpinning that empirical flaw. But you're specifically talking about numbers, so I have to now counter the way you're choosing to process the numbers. Because I might not be Aiden Paladin or Teal'dir, but I certainly went to the internet school of the Aiden Paladin or Teal'dir way of disputing numbers, my dear. Anyway, moving on.
Right. Okay. In the UK, where the ratings are more easily accessible, a respectable 1.6 million were clicking. Kenobi broke records for Disney Plus, achieving the service's biggest ever season debut.
And then immediately fell off the camp when people realized that they didn't like what they were seeing. Again, this is a very disingenuous way of framing things. And even then, Kenobi opened with less than WandaVision did. So even comparing like for like, WandaVision opened larger than Kenobi and actually managed to maintain that viewership unlike Kenobi, which, like 2 or 3 episodes into its run, had dropped to the middle of the top 10, and then by the end had literally dropped to the middle of the bottom of the top 10. And She-Hulk basically peaked at, I believe it was number 4, and spent the entire rest of the top 10, or entire rest of its run, in the bottom half of the top 10, only reascending to the middle position during the Daredevil episode. And even then, at no point was it in the top 1, 2, or 3 spot. Moving on.
This show's received largely favorable reviews as well, if you ignore the review bombing on Rotten Tomatoes and IMDb.
You mean there was...
Dalton! Okay.
Finish.
Rings praised for its visuals, performances, and for injecting intrigue into a story that few thought had any wiggle room.
Okay. There is a discrepancy between the approved aristocratic voices, i.e. the critics, the ivory tower of critics, and the fans. You do not get to act as though that discrepancy is disingenuous by referring to it as review bombing. Because it's funny, when critics dislike something that the audience generally likes, they don't get called review bombing, even though very often the reasoning behind their dislike of a movie is very much ideologically driven in exactly the same way or worse than the fans' not liking of a thing is motivated sometimes by worldview or ideology. The difference is when critics dogpile on a movie for being bad in their opinion, you side with their legitimacy, quote unquote. When the fans are not on the same page as the critics, you automatically assume it must be because they're A, undereducated, or B, ideologically motivated terrorists, basically. Even though many of the critical analyses of such things are very often motivated primarily, if not solely, by ideological conceptions of meta-narratives and themes and other socio-political gobbledygook. And very often the audience conception is just down to the very basic characters, world building, motivations, and stylization, i.e. the things that are objectively present in movies and TV rather than the abstract woo-woo meta-narrative. Moving on.
Right. Who is Sauron became a water cooler conversation, and everyone seemed to have an opinion. I was wrong, as it turns out. She-Hulk was rightly lauded for its light tone, its charismatic sexual performance, fourth wall breaking, and smart, self-aware jokes. With Empire calling its meta finale bonkers, reality smashing fun that would give the Marvel Cinematic Universe its greatest shakeup in years. Okay, Dom, before you do, may I?
Please.
Okay. Well, for one thing, I actually, and again, this, I had watched, I'm not big on watching reviews, but there was this YouTuber that I watch relatively commonly. I watch often. Yeah, relatively often. MJ Tanner, who is, well, M, because it's ran by two twins.
Mm-hmm.
Or is it J? It's hard to remember. But she's a fan of She-Hulk, and she made videos discussing the show as it was coming out. And she did not like it. Like, she grew up reading the comics of She-Hulk and stuff, and discussed very interesting details about it, like even like side characters and stuff that were greatly mismanaged in the show. Um, but and the things I have seen of it, and Nolan, feel free to add to this or discredit me if I get something wrong, right? Uh,
Mhm.
the light, like, because I'm going through the list here, the light tone, if anything, made it was more of an inconsistent tone, or made light of things that could have been serious or added something like grounded. And obviously, what I mean by grounded is more like real storytelling. Like uh, something that could have been explored far more than what was given.
Three-dimensional.
Yeah, three-dimensional. Thank you. Um, but also, like it seemed to, again, relating to the tone, uh, it just seemed to hate that it was a superhero thing.
Well, that, and also I I find it a bit disingenuous to even call it light because while it had some levity by virtue of simply being an adaptation of a comic that had a lot of levity, um, a large part of its defining qualities are cynical bitterness um, motivated by the main character being a cynical middle-aged self-insert for um, feminist ideologues and working women, quote unquote. I.e., comparing the comic to the show, Jen Walters of the show is much more angry, aggressive, um, dismissive, belittling, and bitter, um, and far more serious and stoic in her personality than um, the bubbly,
Emerald
uh,
Gun.
charming character that was in the comics who enjoyed her powers and enjoyed what she could do with them.
Great. Yeah, and that does lead to charismatic central performance. And it only gets Tatiana Maslany.
She she accurately acted the character she was given, but the character she was given was specifically meant to flout charisma where possible, because apparently giving a charming, likable, engaging character of the kind that was from the comics would result in the wrong kind of audience member, quote unquote, getting far too much enjoyment out of it, and therefore, rather than being the bubbly 20 something um, the bubbly 20 to 30 something who got a second lease on life due to her powers and was essentially engaging in wish fulfillment for both herself and the people around her, we got a bitter, cynical, middle aged working woman who regularly spouted um, third wave feminist uh, talking points as though they were defining character traits.
Hello, Corrupt. Hello?
Hello. Earth to corrupt. Your
Good.
mic is not working, sir. Or you are muted. I can't tell which.
Nothing. I can't hear you, man.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we.
he'll be back.
Yeah.
Um, I also like what I brought up before, the fourth wall breaking. Um, it wasn't creative, like it. From what again, I'm going off limited knowledge because I kind of refuse to watch the show itself. So, um,
The fourth wall breaking, rather than being used to buoy up the show and encourage its absurdity and its bombastic tone, was essentially used as dismissive, um, a dismissive and very cynical, very grounding um, plot device. instead of the fourth wall breaking being used to add to the absurdity of the proceedings, like with Deadpool, instead it was basically used for Jen Walters as a character to turn to the audience and go, "Yes, I know this is stupid. Just go with it." Or in the case of the finale, to literally invalidate everything that had happened up until this point and to leave only the parts of the show that people didn't like.
There
That's
we
the
go.
other thing. If they had deliberately made the first few episodes bad and then had Jen retcon it so that all the remaining parts would be all the parts that people actually cared about were left, that would have almost been a saving grace. But instead of doing that very obvious thing of making the stuff that was interesting um, stand out, they did it the opposite way because apparently in the writer's framework, the parts of the show you were supposed to be paying attention to were actually not the parts that had any superhero intrigue about them, but were the slice of life, um, middle-aged feminist working woman subplots that drag down everything else.
I've noticed a lot of. Also, sorry, I'm so late. Like, I literally just got home a little while ago, and then I had mic trouble, so I've been trying to fix that for like the past I don't know how long.
Now you
I see.
Giannis haven't missed much.
All right.
Yeah, we're still on the first article. So you're fine.
Okay, so like I've noticed that a lot that like when it comes to like quote unquote feminists or woke or whatever you want to call it, a lot of the writing they tend to prefer like slice of life stories and interaction towards like more action focused narratives and
Yeah,
shit.
they resent the idea that they're actually supposed to care about the in-universe logic, basically.
Exactly. Like they'd rather just stand around in the hallway and talk about their feelings.
To be fair, I
It
don't have a problem with slice of life stuff. I think there is a place for it, but in certain media, specifically superhero, I think the issue is that it becomes overpowering of other.
well the other thing is I could vibe with a slice of life superhero thing because the thing is the lives these characters lead are interesting, and if you actually wrote a slice of life story in the like in the context of the character or the world they exist in, there's a lot of potential there. Like for example, let's take She-Hulk at face value and say,
Yeah.
okay, it's a superhero legal comedy. It's basically Legally Blonde or Ally McBeal, but for a superhero universe with the
Yes.
superhero herself being the lawyer. There's a lot of potential there, and you could even play with like conventions of legal dramas or legal comedies to get some mileage out of there. And this is a slight sidebar, but I've been saying for years that the way they should write Doctor Strange is I had this idea a long ass time ago, but this idea I have for Doctor Strange house calls, which is instead of doing like world ending event comics every 5 fucking minutes, have a set of stories that's literally just Doctor Strange doing Sorcerer Supreme type shit, but the day to day stuff that most people don't normally see. Like let's say, one day he has to go and exorcise a little boy who's being possessed by demons, or another day he has to go and um, go to another dimension and act as a mediator between these two entities
Like
that are
little
having like
anthologies. Like little anthologies
yeah,
basically.
like what does Doctor Strange do as the Sorcerer Supreme on what for him is an average day? What is his
Alright.
equivalent of
Okay, so
Alright.
workplace
Also,
drama,
also
basically?
thank you, Drag. Also yes, Dragon Turtle. The stream is being corrupted, but like I don't have an issue with slice of life either. Like some of my favorite like anime or slice of life.
but I
I
think. Sorry, I'm sorry. Please,
Oh, I was just gonna say, like, it's just something I noticed from these types of writers is that they vastly prefer. They seem to prefer like slice of life.
Right.
Yeah,
I think the issue, like what I was going to say was, I think the issue with quote unquote slice of life in the particular media that we're talking about, specifically superhero, I guess here,
Yeah.
is that it doesn't really. They more or less shove it in unless logically think what would slice of life be in terms of this superhero property. You know,
it's not a slice of life in universe. It's a how can I conform this particular medium to my own, like it
Yeah.
instead of making Jennifer Walters her own independent character who existed in the MCU,
She's a
they
reflection
use
of the
her as a
writer.
mouthpiece. They use her as a mouthpiece for feminist ideology or social justice ideology instead.
right?
It's
Yeah.
it's a it's a very literal translation of what I always say, which is the problem with the artistic movement today, or the artistic like hierarchy today, is that everyone is trained to view art as a means to an end rather than an end in itself.
Yeah. Like
Um,
I go ahead, Brainstormer.
no, I just agreeing with Dalton. So
Uh, it's like you can't appreciate a piece of art for what it is anymore. It has to have a message, and in
Meta
a lot of those people's
narrative.
mind, it that message has to resonate with them, or or more accurately, it has to be a reflection of their personal values,
Yeah.
basically.
Either morality in the case of like the tradcon evangelicals and Jungian fucktards, or in the case of the social justice fucktards,
uh,
socio-political messaging utility derp.
Dragon Turtle brings up an interesting point. I think it's slice of life because they hate the fantastical elements. They would prefer just to make a drama and or sitcom in a modern day major city, no fantasy.
Yes, that. Oh my God, yes,
Yeah, and that
yeah. Oh my God, yes. Like, can I rant for a second, Brainstorm?
yeah, sure, go ahead.
You. Okay, so I've said this so fucking long, right? And like about the CW. You can tell they do not like writing superhero stories, and they would prefer if that shit were completely removed so they could just have like just these boring fucking like slice of life stories,
You know what's weird?
or about like about like being like with She-Hulk, for example, right? I bet you the writers would have preferred if it were just a Sex in the City style story with like feminist overtones when it comes to dating and shit. That's
Yeah,
it.
law and order feminist edition, basically.
Exactly.
Yeah,
That's basically it, with less law and order and more like just
And, and
everyday
it's funny,
like
they
shit.
already kind of did that with Special Victims Unit, and it was done better. But that's that. I disagree up until I disagree to a point. I agree with what you and Dragon Turtle are getting at, but I do disagree that they don't want the superhero stuff to be there, because here's the thing: they love taking things that aren't under their sway, under their worldview, and forcing it into the box of their worldview.
I
So
mean,
they want the superhero stuff to be there specifically so that they can deflate, disrespect, and invalidate it
I think
to a
this is
point.
so. I'm fit. So on one hand, I do think that's an element of some of the writers. I do. On the other hand, I think like you have two camps, right? You have one camp that certainly wants to do that. Exactly. But then you have another camp of people who don't really seem to like any sort of fantastic elements. They prefer, like Dragon Turtle said, just this sort
Yeah,
of modern setting where
and you
they're
can certainly have it both ways. Like I said, I'm not disagreeing with you guys. I just wanted to throw in
no,
that other
I don't think
element
you
of
like. I don't
yeah.
think either of us believe that you are. I think we basically agree. I think we agree.
Yeah.
It's just that
um,
like I said, I think there's just this. They really like the modern setting with no fantastic elements. It's just like two people talking
um,
about the
Yeah,
day.
and it's not even an actual real world setting. It's the world through the lens of
Feminism,
social
yeah.
justice ideology or
Yeah, you're
I
right,
feminism or
actually, yeah.
whatever.
I want to
Good
bring up
point.
because you brought up the CW. Because this really got my going. I wish you were here when we had done it, which was talk about the Gotham Knights CW thing.
Oh my god! I
Oh
would
god,
love
it's
to talk
bad.
about that
Dude,
again.
that looks so. Like, I won't lie. That actually inspired me to make my own CW DC universe. That started with Gotham Knights when I did a rewrite of it. I'm actually working on a full 5-season pitch right now.
This,
Which I imagine
this is what he does, folks. Every time Brainstormer like looks at the car wreck that is modern art, he's just like, I'm gonna do it better. And then he and I sit there usually on a Thursday for like 2 hours and bounce it back and forth. And either he lets it be basically a fan fiction, or more commonly, usually we end up adding a slightly altered version of it to our respective superhero universes, either the Lionhearted or the Paragon Pantheon, or there's another universe he has in the works that's sort of a mixture of Power Rangers, Danny Phantom, and Powerpuff Girls, which
I like that.
which I'm really excited to work in as soon as we get done with the far more pressing universes we're working in. But more to the point, this is what Brainstormer always does, and he hates himself for it. But it's gotten to the point where all he has to say is, "I did the thing again," and I just go, "What did you do?" And then we're off to the races, and this is what happens. Like every
I like that. I like that sort. I like that, and I guess it explains your name, Brainstormer.
Thank you.
Oh,
Yeah, like I legitimately, after watching it, because here's the thing, and I'm always gonna say this is like my catchphrase at this point, that I am under the impression that there is no bad idea, like bad concept, just poor execution.
I think so. I to a degree, I would think so. Like there are some ideas I think that are bad, but if executed properly, they can turn out to be pretty good. Yeah, I'd
yeah,
agree with that.
but the ultimate distinguisher, I think, in terms of that is effort. Like you can turn even the worst sounding idea into an awesome idea if you put enough heart and soul into it. Like um if anyone remembers the 90s series Gargoyles,
I
like
do.
on
Also,
pa-
I agree with Dragon Turtle about them wanting to mirror their life. But yeah, go ahead, Dalton,
yeah,
about
but
Dragon Turtle.
on paper, Gargoyles probably shouldn't have worked. Like doing a gargoyle centric Disney-fied version of Batman the Animated Series probably should not have worked. But the creator behind Gargoyles put so much thought and so much effort into Gargoyles that it honestly became on par with like the DC animated universe of the 90s. And
The
that's pretty freaking hard to do in and of itself, by the way, because the DC animated universe was the creme de la creme of the 90s and 2000s.
the thing that helps, I think the thing that helps a lot is that the blend of action and storytelling was so well done.
Well, and it was also organic. It wasn't they didn't do stories for the reason that modern people do stories, which is the whole means to an end thing. They wanted to tell this story, and they didn't want to tell it for their own ego reasons, or at least a lot of them didn't. There are always going to be egotistical artistic bastards because unfortunately that's just how the world works sometimes. But a lot of the creatives in the 90s and 2000s wanted to tell a story because they thought the story needed to be told regardless of themselves. And the same is true of Static Shock and the sort of Wayne McDuffie um, universes. The same is true of Man of Action and like Ben 10 and Generator Rex and those sorts of shows. And the same is true of Gargoyles, and the same is true of a lot of shows because the val in the 90s, and I'm grateful that I grew up in the time I grew up in. In the 90s and 2000s, the idea in and of itself had value, and it was the creative job to bring that value to the fore. Now you either have the sort of over miseducated people who go, art is only valuable as a means to an end and has to be symbolic and derp, 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 derp. Or you have the egotistical fucktards like EVS who go, this art is good because I made it. It's not good for its own sake, derp. Like
I don't think that's
I am the interventionist god of this universe.
I don't think I don't think that's necessarily like EVS's position. I think it's more or less. Well, I would say I would say like his art technically is very good. And I don't think there's anything wrong with saying I created something that people like and people think are good. Like you can have a degree, you can have a degree of personal satisfaction with your art or the works you create.
Yeah, my point though is that people like EDS or Neil Gaiman or Alan Moore, for another example, use that as an ego trip to basically treat themselves like goddamn aristocrats, smiling down on the or frowning down on the peasants.
I mean,
And
I don't know. I don't get that. I don't get that impression. At least as far as Alan Moore goes, yes, I agree with you because it's Alan Moore. But I don't get that feeling from EVS. Just personally.
I've seen a lot of EDS's live streams, and I've also seen a lot of people who were dissatisfied with his way of handling the the what do you call it turnout of things like Cyberfrog, and they always with EVS you always get this thing where he will claim he wants this book to be out on X, Y, or Z date, but it might be out on X, Y, or Z other date. And then when the secondary date, when his furthest projection comes up, you'll get a bunch of people going, "You said that this was going to be out in this day and this day and this day, and it's still not out." And I pumped in absurd amount of money into it, and then he will say to them something to the effect of, "Either support me or you're an SJW." And if
I don't know. I don't think I disagree with that assessment. Like I've followed EVS and stuff. I disagree with that assessment.
I've spoken to people who have had that happen to them though, and that's part of the reason why. And I also happen to know that EVS essentially wants to make himself the God King of what was once Comicsgate, and people like Tim Lim, or even somebody even someone who used to be one of EDS's biggest supporters, like Nurkish, often found themselves on the opposite end of his wrath because they wouldn't conform to the Hail Caesar mode.
Nurkish and EVS had a falling out partially because of Nurkish's server. You know about Nurkish's server? Like I'll talk to you about this.
Yeah, he
After
did.
the
He did
stream,
edgy
but,
boy
like
things.
this
He
is
did
the
edgy
place
boy
for it.
things, and EVS did. EVS essentially went, "But my optics," and bitched about it.
I
And
mean,
guys, I'm sorry.
that's why I said we can talk about this later.
Yeah. Anyway, moving on.
Da, da, da. These aren't cherry-picked reviews and figures. They are representative snapshot. Okay. Regarding the talking about how favorable Rings of Power and She-Hulk were in terms of critics.
She-Hulk could they could have produced basically a show where like Jen Walters just sits down and eats like potato chips for like 5 hours, and they'd call it like breathtaking and stunning
Well,
because of.
as long as in between eating the potato chips, she gave a feminist lecture, because
Oh my God, yes! So long as she said "man bad" every 5 minutes, the journalist would be like, "This was stunning."
like she literally could quote statistics from like all sorts of feminist studies, and they would essentially deem it as. That's the point, and I mentioned this earlier before you jumped on, Corrupt. There is a massive gulf between what the critics as a class, what the ivory tower critics want, and what the average viewer wants, and you can tell because there are independent critics on places like YouTube who actively disparage things like Rings of Power. Like
I'm just so.
even the less explicitly like anti-social justice ones like Jeremy Johns or Angry Joe hated on She-Hulk and Rings of Power because it was very obvious that even though someone like Angry Joe or Jeremy Johns might be less opposed to feminism as somebody like we are, they could obviously tell that this was the feminist equivalent of something like Mazes and Monsters, i.e., a movie that existed solely to be a moralistic propaganda piece, and quality be damned.
Pretty much, it's just like
Um, sorry, I was gonna say, like, not to be hyperbole or self-aggrandizing, but I honestly think I did a better version of She-Hulk in my rewrite.
That bar is not high, though. To be fair, it's not that Brainstormer is a genius. It's that everyone else is a moron.
I mean, to
But
be
we all
quite
might
honest, to be quite honest with you, like much of She-Hulk was just awful. It was poorly taught. It was poor attempts at humor mixed with a whiny like protagonist whose entire personality was I can't get dick. Like that was the entirety of her personality was like I can't get dick and men bad.
And
uh,
and insert third wave feminist talking points,
Yes.
basically. And lest we forget that the main villains in She-Hulk were a supervillain equivalent of the worst parts of
Influencer?
Twitter, 4chan, and Reddit.
Yeah. Basically it was the intelligentsia and Titan they ruined Titania by the way. Like oh
dude,
my
I,
god.
Yeah,
I
no, they just completely fucked her over. But
that
let's
character, like in the comics, holy shit! Like I said, here's also the thing. I did the research for my rewrite. Not to sound like a fucking asshole about that, but yeah, I did research for all the characters and stuff, and it's
I mean, for fuck's sake, they literally had one of the intelligentsia members in the background be a surrogate for Doomcock. And they weren't even smart enough to make him the main villain. Like if even by like feminist cringe, um I'm dancing on the graves of my critics standards. Even in that context, a smart feminist counter troll would try and make Doomcock and Gary and Mahler like the main villains of She-Hulk. But instead of even doing that, which I would have had some respect for, they had people they had surrogates for Gary, Doomcock, and Mahler in the background and made up a troll of their own. And that
Uh,
just like
so here's my
even by feminist writing standards, that makes less sense than it should.
here's my thing, right? I think it's so my kind of idea is that it's sort of a lost cause to do that when you have to when you have to focus on quote unquote trolling, which I don't think it was trolling at all. I think they just got
No,
really
they assume
after
trolling because they can't understand other people's worldviews. But never mind.
exactly. I think basically what I think is this, right? If like you have to if you can't come up with a story, right? So you result to quote unquote trolling or fighting your critics in your show, that to me one it's pathetic in my opinion. But
Yeah,
two, like
it means that you spend your waking hours worrying about what your critics are going to think
exactly.
and invalidating them rather than
Also here's the thing too, right? It elevates here's what it does. It elevates your critics because that means that now people who do happen to pay attention to what's going on in She-Hulk are going to seek out these critics, and so you or at least what they see is like the angry like vague gelatinous like blob that is
yeah
critic
the
shit.
straw man that you've built of them
Exactly, yeah, because they're going to
the
seek them
giant
out.
goddamn wicker man of straw that you've made.
Exactly. And like and your audience won't really get any of these references or any of this shit anyway, and they'll probably get bored because they want an adventure. They want a series that will take them out of what's going on currently, and all you've really done is just reintroduce some bullshit that they don't fucking care about.
Yeah, here's the other half of that. Here's the other half of the irony of them doing that. Because you will always see this whenever articles get produced about, oh, X person trolled the trolls and yada yada yada. And then that person will say something like, well, those people don't matter. Well, here's the thing. If you genuinely thought that people like Doomcock and Muller and Nerdrotic
Nerdrotic.
Channel didn't matter, if you actually thought that, then you wouldn't spend your time rebutting them or even referencing them.
Exactly.
If they actually didn't matter to you, you wouldn't even know who they were. The fact that you do obsessively in many cases know who they are, and this is true of the Marvel comics as well. When they make a character named Doug Ernst as a villain, or when they turn Jordan Peterson into Red Skull, or any number, or
Like the hot dog. This hot dog taste of bigotry and mustard. I love that.
yeah, that whole thing, that means that those people matter enough to you that you need to make them the villains. Which means that even though you're saying they don't matter, that's essentially what we refer to on the internet as cope. Because if they actually didn't matter, you could just brush them off or not even know who they were
Exactly.
to begin with.
So to piggyback off of your example to something I wanted to bring up. So when you're in a beef as a YouTuber, right, and you're in a smaller channel, like tries to start some shit with you, right? If they have nothing of value to say to you, and even if they do, right, this is basically how you handle it. You don't respond because I'll tell you why. If they're a smaller channel than you
They're
gain
clout
nothing
chasing.
from. Say that again.
They're clout chasing.
Exactly. If you that's it. If they're a smaller channel than you gain nothing in views or subs from actually responding to them. However, if that's why you don't respond to them, you let it go and just don't say anything. And sure, they may get some subs off your name, but they'll get even more subs, even more views, and even more hits if you did say something to them. Like
Um,
that's how you starve clout chasers and shit.
yeah,
Or
yeah,
even people who honestly have a disagreement with what you say.
yeah.
You starve their channel but just not responding to it.
On the other hand, though, if you're capable of acknowledging that they, like, as long as it's not a vicious attack, or as long
Yeah,
as
I mean, yeah, you can do that. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
as long as there's no harm, it's essentially there is a way you can essentially do favors for your detract,
Yeah, you can
for smaller
basically
channels
you
by
can respond to them. Yeah, you can do that.
Moving on.
yeah. Anyway, moving forward, yeah.
All right.
You'd think those franchise fans that predicted Doom would be delighted. Their favorite properties have new iterations that have been popular and well received. No, they haven't. So why are those same people still calling those shows disasters? It's almost
Because the quality is not there, you
hold
pretentious.
on. It's almost as if people didn't enjoy it. Jabs YouTuber Ryan Kennel sarcastically to his 185,000 subscribers of the She-Hulk finale. It's almost like nobody even watched this effing garbage. There you go.
Ryan can like
Okay, the thing is, dear, people don't like things just because of the name or the concept of the thing. They like it because of the substance and quality of the thing. So if the substance and quality changes, no one is obliged to myopically consume the thing just because it has the proper IP name attached to it. In fact, if something that is unworthy of a given name or a given association has the title or name attached to it, that is going to inflame some people because the people that like rings, the people that like Lord of the Rings, or the people that like the Marvel Universe, the people that like insert franchise here, are going to look at that and go, I like this thing, and you are doing a disservice to this thing. Therefore, I am going to do I'm going to do as much as I can to make sure the damage you do to this IP is A, not unopposed, and B, as contained as possible.
I feel like part of the blame go. I feel like part of the reason we have this issue is if you look at it in terms of like, so to look at it from a different perspective, right? So I've always felt this way about Marvel Comics and why it took the direction it did, because I feel like they're thinking that the audience aged out. Basically, they aged out with white males, so they're going for a quote unquote more diverse audience. And I wonder if that's why like She-Hulk is the way it is, because they're chasing a particular type of female demographic. That's
Um,
why you have this garbage here, because they're trying to tap into what they think that market responds to.
I disagree almost entirely on that point. I think
One,
they know they didn't. I think they know they didn't age out with any of their original audience. I think it's an ideological stroke moral point of like it's not that they think the old audience is dead or has aged out or whatever. It's that they don't like the audience they currently have and they want a morally better one, quote
okay,
unquote.
I think all right. I don't I disagree with that, because when it comes, I disagree with that for two reasons. For one, like when you have like the audience for comics currently is fairly old. Like that, it is a fairly old audience. It's not unreasonable to want to pursue to expand that demographic outward. That's not an unreasonable argument.
But
So
no, but they
wait,
didn't.
wait. Let me finish. Let me finish. So the best way to go about that, though, isn't to chastise or remove your current audience, but to just simply create another category, or create some way of attracting a new audience while maintaining your core audience and building off of that.
Right,
Right.
but that's exactly what you described they shouldn't do is exactly what they did, and what you described as what they should do, they
No,
actively have
what I'm
refused to.
basically, hold on, let me finish. Basically, what I'm saying is, while I do agree with what you're saying, I think they didn't understand how to do that properly, and they thought, well, this audience is dying anyway, so we should expand outward. I think there is more to it than just simply these people are bad. I think there's a profit motive to that as well.
I okay, mm, I I see what you're saying, but I still don't think it's quite right because here's the thing. I think what you're saying is what the quote unquote artist sold to the corporate backers as an excuse for their ideological agenda. Because here's the thing: in modern day art schools, what they're taught is very much in the vein of social justice, i.e., this is what artists who were coming up in this day and age and in the age of 2013 ish were learning. And while I think they might have used your rationale that you just outlined as an excuse to try their various ideological bullshit. I don't I don't think that they believed that when they sold that to the corporate backers.
I think it's a combination of the two things, right? So we know the virtue signaling shit is mostly just market exploitation, right? Like, for example, when they say we've introduced first gay, black,
Yeah,
non-binary, quadruped woman or
yeah.
whatever, right?
Insert modifier. Anyway, I have to.
Exactly.
I'll
Let,
be
let me.
back in a second because I have to plug in my phone.
Okay.
So I would be off camera for a bit, but I'm still
No.
listening.
All right. Look at the Twitter staff. That is the writers' room. Yes, it is. If you want us to move on, brainstormer, we can. Like,
I was gonna let you guys talk for like another 5 minutes, but
all right.
No, move on. We still have like three other things to do, and we keep pushing things back a week, and I'd rather not do that.
All
So
right.
go ahead.
Let's. All right. Go ahead. Pumpkin spice.
even though we know they did, meanwhile, fellow streamer Neurotic was busy having his 2 cents worth on the Rings of Power. This is a repurposed giant global disaster, he says, of one of the most successful television shows of all time. Is it, though? I don't really have anything to say to that. Anyone?
Okay. Given that the powers that be at Amazon literally spent $1 billion on the damn show, and it is performing under several other major shows at the time that had
25
significantly less budget, and given the reaction by the fan base, yes, it was a massive failure.
25% drop off from episode to episode.
Yeah.
So, like, regardless, like 20. Not only is that like a really bad drop off, right? But even the people who like support Rings of, even the people who are like, oh, this is so progressive, even they basically said the show looks nice, but it's incredibly boring, and people are just dropping off like flies. So
And even those people would, some of them make the argument of, given the budget and given the precedent that was set by the Peter Jackson movies 2 decades ago, it doesn't look as nice as it could have. And on that point, I would definitely agree. Yeah.
It really doesn't. It looks mediocre, right? When I first saw Rings of Power, when I first saw it, right, I was like, this looks mid or mediocre.
Yeah.
It doesn't, like, when you look at the Peter Jackson version, as old as it is comparatively speaking, it looks like a fantasy novel. This looks like this looks like what you expect a modern television show to, with a higher budget, to look like. It doesn't.
Wait, I have a.
It doesn't even look as good as the original Game of Thrones did. Come to think of it,
I might have a analogy for this.
All right, go ahead. Give us your analogy.
Rings of Power looks like a far cheaper version of the Shannara Chronicles.
Of the what?
Yeah. Yeah, it does. Actually, the Shannara Chronicles look better.
What the hell is the Shannara Chronicles?
Oh, you didn't watch? You didn't? It's based on a book series. It came out.
Okay. Well, I did some research on this. I just tried to read the books.
Is it like The Witch in the Wardrobe, or
no. It's well, basically what happened was a post-apocalypse happened, and then magic started to come back into Earth, and basically it's a setting after a post-apocalypse.
It's similar to Adventure Time minus a little bit of the absurdity, basically.
Is there a Lich-like character? Because that was my favorite character from Adventure
Time. You know more about the Shannara Chronicles than I do, Brainstormer. I know there is a big bad. I just don't know if it would be analogous to the Lich.
There's a dark wizard.
Yeah, that's it. It's just dark.
But it's been years because that show came out like in the mid 2010s.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was on the. Believe it or not, I was actually on MTV.
Yeah, here's another example of a show similar to what Rings of Power was trying to be, that is older and yet managed to do it better on less money. There's a show I love, and a lot of people love. They came out in I want to say 2010, 2011. It's called
The Magicians?
No, it was called The Legend of the Seeker.
I've seen that.
Yeah, it was based on a series of books by Terry Goodkind, and I have to say, having read 9 of the books are kind of bad, really, honestly, quite terrible. But the show was actually, and this gets even more impressive when you consider how bad the original books kind of were. The show Legend of the Seeker was actually much better, in my opinion, and a lot of people's opinion, than the books. So much so that people who have hated on the books have looked at The Legend of the Seeker and gone, how could you improve on this so well? But
Wouldn't the
point
villain
being,
like a dominatrix or something?
those would be the Morgue Sith. They're basically a cross between like dominatrixes and the Amazons from DC, with like BDSM torture magic. And yes, I realize just how awesome that sounds, and yes, they are exactly that awesome.
They
Um,
are really awesome. They're my favorite parts of the show.
I
yeah,
feel
the Morgue Sith are cool. The Morgue Sith are very cool. BDSM sorceresses, but that's neither here nor there. Legend of the Seeker came out in I want to say 2009 was the first season, and then 2011 was like the second season,
Yeah.
and each episode of that show had like 1.2 million as a budget, and it was done by the Fox TV network. And it also aired on WGN and a couple other networks because, of course, it was syndicated.
It-
there was a
to-
really good show that got canceled way too soon, I assume.
to
There,
swing
there,
it-
there
Oh,
were
go
two. There were two seasons. A lot of people, myself included, would say that season 2 wasn't as good as season 1, which is kind of annoying. But yes, there are like 14, or I think now they might be up to 16 books, and each season was one book of the show. Like each season was adapting one storyline from the books. So it could have easily gone on much longer. They didn't. But my point is that this was a Fox TV show in 2009 on a relatively high but still very much a TV and not even like prestige TV but ordinary TV budget. And it still to this day holds up better than the first episodes of Rings of Power, and Rings of Power came out not even 6 months ago.
almost $1 billion. Almost $1 billion fucking dollars.
Yeah, and it couldn't even hold up to something that cost
You,
maybe $1 million per episode,
you could make
like 2
Dalton a
decades
robot.
ago.
You could make Dalton a robot body with like half of that.
I mean, you couldn't though, because I wouldn't consent to such a surgery. But never mind.
Like, we can. You will be beautiful, Dalton. You'll have like a robot arm and shit.
No, because
Bionic.
technology and magic don't get along well, and I'm not sacrificing my ability to use magic for mobility. Fuck off.
It'll be like you'll be like a robo magician. Oh my god, you'll be a techno mage.
I was already kind of a cyborg once, and I didn't enjoy it particularly because I used to have a medication pump wired to
Oh
my
right,
spine.
yeah, it broke.
Yeah, and I had to get it removed, and it was a lot more trouble than it was worth. And now I'm just on the oral equivalent of the medication.
I thought it
It
gave
was
you like I thought
awesome.
it gave you a really nice high though because it went directly into your body.
I mean, not a high. It was a muscle relaxer. It's baclofen. It's not it's an opioid technically, but it's not a get you high kind of opioid. It's a muscle relaxer.
Okay.
But point being, that's about as far as I would go, like techno augmentation wise, because magic and technology don't get along, and honestly, people have asked me this since I was in elementary school. If there was some way you could fix yourself so that you weren't disabled anymore, would you do it? And honestly, ever since people have started asking me that, my answer is usually no. Because for as much as my disability sometimes makes my life a living hell, and it does, I also wouldn't change it for anything because it also define it also helped define who I am, because while other kids were, running outside and playing and shit, I was inside watching TV and reading books. And I think it made me if not a better person, at least a smarter person. And also it gave me a understanding of the importance of taking life slow and not rushing constantly. And I don't think I would be as good a person if I didn't have that. So I wouldn't fix myself even if I had the option to. Never mind the magical logistics issue of it, which is also a massive issue.
I didn't want to fix you. I just thought a robot body would be cool.
All right.
No.
I
Anyway,
don't care. You can be disabled and be a robot. You can have like one leg and use a walker.
I,
Whatever makes you happy.
I mean, if we were in a like steampunk setting and using alchemy, I might consider it because it wouldn't have the like magical logistics issue. But as far as just on general principle, I wouldn't want to fix myself even if I had the option to, because number one, my disability isn't severe enough that it's like completely it doesn't completely like ruin my life,
Uh,
and it does inadvertently have positive aspects to it, so
Chron-
I wouldn't.
Grono says technology does not interfere with magic.
It always has for me, um,
um,
because plastic and technology don't get along well with my energies.
right, anyway,
Chrono, your form of magic is weird because you're a chaos magician, and I refuse to engage with chaos magic, frankly.
Put his body into a mech suit. Okay.
No,
Yes, that's even
no,
better.
I do not consent to this. Moving on.
yeah. Okay. Of course, and you're gonna hate this sentence, Dalton.
I hate you. But go ahead.
Of course, all art is subjective. Not everyone is going to enjoy these shows. The strange thing here, though, is that these critics aren't just giving these pieces bad reviews, they're claiming them as objective, critical, and commercial failures. Against all evidence, against statistics and feedback, it's baffling.
What statistics and feedback? Like, there is no statistics because Disney Plus doesn't really release its numbers. Like, they don't release the numbers.
She tried using Nielsen
Um,
as a justification, but then I went ahead and explained that she was cherry picking the shit out of Nielsen's ratings because it was a situation where they opened higher and then lost massive amounts of their audience week to week.
Dalton,
But in
it's a
any
theory.
case, why do all of these dudes write like women?
It's
Like,
wait. This is a nigga?
Mark something.
Oh my god, that is a man. That's
Mark Burrows.
wait. Ask, do they have a Twitter link?
I'm.
I want to see if there are pronouns in the bio.
I
I swear to God,
don't
these
see one. Look it up for yourself. You might have to look it up for yourself.
there are so many male writers that write so much like women that I just assume they're female.
It's
You know what
because
I say that at the beginning.
go ahead, brainstormer.
Well, no, I was responding to what Dalton said. Like, even when I say their name at the beginning,
Usually I forget about halfway through the first paragraph what the person's name is
It
because
could. I mean, well, I guess it wouldn't be a pen name. That's stupid. It's a journalist. But yeah, go ahead.
but yeah, usually I forget because I get so engrossed in let me tell you the 10,000 reasons why you're wrong for believing the stupid thing you believe, sort of thing.
All
Um,
right.
but
So
in any case,
it's Mark
Mark,
with C, by the way.
yeah, Mark.
You're looking it up.
In any case, Mark. Number one, I really hate this use of subjectivity because this is how it's always goddamn used. It's always used in the sense of I have a reasonable counter argument for liking this thing. I don't have to engage in an argument because of my subjectivity. That's it's an intellectual get out of jail free card. No
I
matter how
will.
bent to rights you can be proven to be wrong or at least in error in your assessment, people always use the but my subjectivity as though it's an instant win button. And yet, and this is why it pisses me off. The second they start winning the argument, all of a sudden subjectivity isn't a sufficient argument anymore. I.e., they only use my subjectivity as and when they're in the process of losing the argument. And then when they start winning the argument, they all of a sudden forget how subjectivity is alleged to work.
So here's my my theory as to why so many of them quote unquote write like women, right? I I think it's because I'm going to say something a little racial. White women in particular tend to use very emotionally charged language, and the language itself is, written in such a way
Yeah,
to elicit a
it,
response.
it's
So
it's a feminine mind thing. I think
yeah,
it's
it's
more
basically
about femininity than it is about like actual like gender or sex.
exactly. Thank you. It's basically they write in a way to elicit a certain response, and they write in a very kind of not flowery way, but a very like quote unquote feminine way, and then it just sort of comes off like a lady typing it when it's
Yeah, as Dragon Turtle said, it's probably because they're very effeminate men. And and don't get me wrong, I'm not throwing any stones at that because I am very far from masculine as far as men go, but that being said, it does piss me off because it's like there is normally a definable difference between the
so
way men write versus how women write, and it always trips me up because I always assume I'm
so
arguing with a bitch.
also keep this in mind, right? Most of their peers are probably women, so there probably is a style of a style of writing that comes with that they
It's
just
a
sort of
social conformity thing, yeah.
yeah, basically. So it's probably just that. That's probably why you get like why is it that like every single dude types like some chick from the Mary Sue? Also, their arguments are kind of the same too because they're the same kind of
They're operating in the feminist social justice framework some way
exactly.
or other, yeah.
So with that, there's going to come like a certain style of language, like like they're going to use words like problematic and shit like that.
Yeah, but in any case, back to my bashing on the concept of subjectivity, because
Of course, go
uh,
ahead.
again, because the way a lot of people use subjectivity is as a intellectual get out of jail free card. Like you can't dispute this very obviously wrong thing I'm thinking because it's my subjectivity, even though even though, and again, this is why it bothers me. When they're winning the argument, they're perfectly capable of using cogent arguments. But the very second they start losing the argument definitively, they go, "You can't dispute my thinking because it's all subjective, Derp," even though it's only subjective when I want it to be, and when I'm winning the argument, then subjectivity appears nowhere in the argument.
Well, I mean, you're not. Well, it's kind of like the idea of it's kind of like the whole idea of optics, right? If you want to use that. So the idea of optics for people who aren't aware of what I mean when I use that term is that so say I get into a fight with Dalton, right? Like on Twitter or something, and it's very public. I'm probably not going to say word, and I'm like some hypersensitive SJW. I'm probably not going to say anything to him that I think would make me look bad. So and that's basically what optics are. It's doing things to
The assumed audience rather than
exactly the assumed
for
audience.
genuine reasons.
So yeah, you're going to be disingenuous. You're going to be disingenuous with arguments like that because it helps your side.
Well, okay,
Everything
that
is optics.
I'm aware of that's how that works. It's just this is why I hate I hate the universal application of subjectivity in particular artistic arguments. Because here's the thing: if it truly were this nebulous, implausible to determine anything reasonable about anything, subjectivity wins the day thing, then no one would ever make any philosophical arguments about art ever because we would all assume
Right,
that
because everything is subjective.
yeah, if subjectivity were entirely irreducible, to put it in philosophical terms, then there would be no point in engaging with it philosophically at all. But people do, even without fully realizing it, engage in arguments about art.
Exactly. Like people judge, right? Like people judge and critique. That's just the natural. Like that's
And
just
they have
naturally what
reasons, and they have reasons for doing so. But if you
we do.
ever try to
Exactly.
actually address those reasons for being the concrete logical constructs that they are, and they are, they use the subjectivity rigmarole is used as a instant. I refuse to engage with you because this is not a topic that can be engaged upon button. It's an instant I win button or an instant your opinion doesn't matter button. And that's always how subjectivity gets used in this context. That's why I always fire back with, even if we allow for subjectivity, all minds, as far as we understand them, are subject to things like evolutionary psychology, causality, Socratic wisdom, etc. I.e., even if you're only arguing on logical terms, not empirical ones, but logical ones specifically, you can still use things like Socratic analysis or human universals like evolutionary psychology to determine I can't dispute that you taste this thing, but I can dispute how you are using it in the art. For example, I can't control how you are reacting to a given stimuli. But if you are reacting in an irrational way to that stimuli, I certainly can argue for that. I basically dispute the idea that you can't argue for taste, because while it's true that you can't argue with the stimuli or your direct reaction to the stimuli. If you then take the information you get from your reaction to that stimuli and
So
connect it in an irrational way, you definitely can argue for that.
so there are things that, like you said, there are things that you can argue. Like you can say like I think this was executed better because of A, and someone can say no, well I disagree because of B. Like we can like we come to a judgment about
Yeah.
something, about a media that we've
The
seen.
second you engage logically with that data, you can actually argue for it.
Exactly, and we can both disagree, but that doesn't mean that, oh well, it's your opinion. It's your opinion isn't an argument.
Yeah. For example, if someone makes the argument that they like Batman because Batman's character is based primarily on like the epitome of human potential or the epitome of humans developing skills, I might respond to that with, in the context of the DC universe, magic is a skill, and yet Batman never avails himself of that, and therefore your criteria for liking Batman are at the very least weakened in this one vector.
Yeah. We got other stuff to do though. Like,
Yeah, let's move forward.
I'm back, by the way.
You were gone.
Yeah, I disappeared for a second. And then I came back and
You've assumed we would fill the dead air with random arguments, and you were correct. Anyway, moving on.
You were actually really correct.
Oh, I let Dolan talk all the time. I disappear a lot, and I just let him talk.
This is one of the main reasons he asked me to co-host in the first place, was because he wasn't comfortable with doing a lot of talking, and of course I am.
One thing I like about Dalton is that I can have these arguments with him like forever, and it's weird. Even though we argue a lot, we agree on a lot of shit.
Yeah, like 9 times out of 10, what we do is we get very, very what I call detail swirgy, or I guess what you could call very pedantic, because we'll agree on like 90% of things, and then we will like draw battle lines over that last 10% of stuff we disagree on. And Dragon Turtle and I do the same thing of like we agree on like 90% of a given proposition, and then hellfire raged out over that last 10%.
Pretty much, exactly. Although it is interesting, I never noticed that until you mentioned it, Dalton, about the men who write like women thing. That is fascinating, though. I've never actually noticed that until you actually brought it up as a point, like, or not a point, but like as an observation.
An observation, because I was like, wait, this isn't a woman? What the actual fuck? Yeah, and it wouldn't bother me if it didn't happen as often as it does, because it happens a lot.
To be fair, stupidity is genderless. So
Yeah, no, but the
find
way they express it is often, if not
very feminine.
if not gendered, at the very least, there's a masculine way to express things and a feminine way to express things.
I find this word interesting. Agenda troll. I've never seen that insult before. With an agenda troll, like they will never ever believe that they're.
Well, let's get into that because
That's
Yeah.
interesting.
Shall we then? Moving
All right,
forward.
let's go. Let's dance.
it's an example of what I call agenda trolling, when a commenter's personal viewpoint is so firmly set that no evidence is going to shake them from it. Years ago, I worked for The Guardian, moderating user comments on the paper's website, which at one point was receiving around 80,000 comments a day. It's there I came to know the agenda trolls. You'd see climate change deniers or 9/11 conspiracy theorists who, when presented with irrefutable evidence, would simply ignore it and continue with their now disproved point.
Okay, I don't want to jump right into the old standby of projection.
Hold
Even
on. Let me read the last sentence of that, just so like you have the full context. I guess.
yeah, okay.
These are people so determined to hate everything, so frustrated by the very existence of a viewpoint they disagree with, they will start to ignore reality itself. Wow, Paul calling the kettle black.
Yeah. Again, I don't want to jump right into the old projection standby because while projection can be a perfectly valid thing to call, I do think that there are some people who use projection as a thought terminating cliche, like once I've diagnosed you with projection, the conversation is over because I don't need to elaborate any further. And I
Yeah,
think
it's
that's
like Nazi, basically.
I think that's wrong. But there is a point at this which I will go into, which is what you just described is in fact what you are doing. Because here's the thing. What she described is a thing. But
You said
it
she.
is it is also a thing that people in the halls of officialdom do, i.e., it's also what the commentariat and the journalists and the academic so and so's do to people like us.
You know
And
what's interesting?
here's the thing. What I call this is what I call it is being worldview blind, because this is ultimately what this amounts to. What it amounts to is people who are so convinced that their one way of viewing the world or one way of processing data on the world is the objective truth that they disavow or they invalidate any other worldview, even to the point where they can no longer even understand alternative worldviews.
So, like, it's funny too, right? Because like this argument about the agenda troll, right? A lot of these people that they would refer to as quote unquote agenda trolls, to go back to that term, basically flat out tell you, if you enjoy the thing that I dislike, go ahead. Even Nerdrotic, even in his like rants about how terrible something are, he'll be like, if you enjoy it, go ahead. I just don't.
Yeah.
That's pretty much it. Like, that's not someone who's blinded by their own ideology or their own hate of something. If they're like, if you like it, go ahead. I don't hate
Yeah.
you
I,
because you
I,
like it.
I mean that's one point, and the other half of that point is you call out people for agenda trolling. What is critical theory exactly?
Ooh, that's a good point.
Is it or is it not literally the academically sanctioned practice or praxis of doing exactly that knowingly, willfully, and deliberately? Because
That's a
because here,
good point.
because here's the thing: when you specifically and knowingly and willfully and often self-congratulatorily say, we wanted to view this source material through this lens, that is you admitting that you have an agenda upon which you are agenda trolling.
You know what's interesting about that particular that point that you brought up, right?
Mhm.
So it's with some people or some of these like social justice types, right? They won't watch certain anime unless it's actually approved through a unless it's actually approved by other people who have viewed it through a feminist lens first. Like
Mhm.
they're so blinded that they won't even intake other information unless it's been approved.
Yeah, and here's another aspect of that. I'm fairly certain that any feminist or social justicely inclined individual who saw that point I just made, the point about critical theory being literally the academically sanctioned version of that, they would probably say something to the effect of, "Yeah, but my thing is just the objective truth." And here's the thing. This is what I mean about being worldview blind. That is exactly what people like Mahler and Nerdrotic and so on and so forth say about their particular worldview and their particular perspective to some degree. As you say, they often do have some measure of asterisks beside that corrupt, but in general, that's what people on both sides do. They become so convinced that their worldview is the one true
It's
perspective on reality that
not
they
really. It's
literally.
not really an asterisk, though. I mean, like, if I say it's not really an asterisk, it's literally what they're doing. They're basically telling you to enjoy this thing that I don't like if you want to. That's
Yeah,
not an asterisk.
yeah, but for example, and I got really mad at the Lotus Eaters for doing this the other day. They were talking about how quote unquote leftists deny reality, and then I went back through and I scrolled through a couple of the Lotus Eaters videos to talk about to see if they talked about um to see if they talked about um their own perspective being solely reality. And you know what? It took me less than 5 minutes to find a video where, because I think it was Callum, the kid from the Lotus Eaters, who said the difference between rightists and leftists is rightists will at least acknowledge that there's a argument here. But then I went back through and I found several cases of Callum saying, "Well, leftists deny reality again, and this and that and the other." And here's the thing of that is like both sides of this bloody argument believe that they are the intellectually charitable ones because they will say things like, "Well, but our side at least acknowledge there's a debate here. The other side doesn't acknowledge there's a debate." To which my response is, you both do that because you both assume that there is no difference between your perspective on a given issue to some degree and the thing itself, the reality of the situation.
I agree with you. I don't think you've watched enough of the people you're talking about, though. At least not in the case of like Mahler. I just don't.
I mean I was talking about it more in a broader perspective than just the pop culture thing because in the pop
I get
culture
that. I get that. I get that.
in the pop culture thing, yes, you will get people going, well, if you like it and I didn't, then that's fine. But here's the other half of that, which is when people who like the thing offer counter arguments to the the reviews or the critiques that those people make, they will often mock them or belittle them or just ignore them.
Uh,
Like
so
as an example, when Nerdrotic did his review for Multiverse of Madness, he got several things objectively wrong about the movie and about the franchise of Doctor Strange overall. And Brainstorm and I took, I think it was 4.5 hours, um, over the course of two streams to go through and explain the many things that he got wrong. And me being me, I didn't want to bitch about Nerdrotic and not give him a chance to reply because I used to be friends with Gary before he blew up and got big and whatever. So I tagged him on Twitter with the links to the two videos wherein Brainstormer and I ripped his review of Doctor Strange 2 a new one, and he didn't do anything with them.
Dude, like, did he respond to you? Because he's probably not. His notifications are probably locked. For people who don't know what that means, if you get 99 something notifications, they just lock because you're so flooded with notifications. Of course, he's not going to respond to you, bro.
I mean, okay, that's fair to a degree, but I've seen them respond to comments that basically say, "Hey, you got this wrong," or "Hey, you weren't paying attention in this scene," or so on. Because that is my biggest problem with Mahler and Gary to some degree, is they often kind of play like CinemaSins in the sense that a lot of their criticisms come from not paying the fuck attention to the things they're talking about.
I mean, maybe. Like, I'd have to go over and, like, maybe, but then sometimes people are just wrong about shit. It's not like, it's not like duplicitous.
And I'm not saying it is. It's just it's a problem because they view themselves very often as sacrosanct, and or
Like,
when people
no,
point.
okay, no, I doubt they view themselves as being higher than that. Like, no, I doubt that. Like, no one does that at all. No one views themselves as being a higher transcendental life form. Like, what are you talking about?
Because when the counter arguments are offered to them, they either mock it or they belittle it.
What counter arguments? Like, what are the count? Give me a counter argument that is not that. Give me a counter argument that isn't something fucking stupid. Give me a counter argument. What is
For
this
for
counter argument that you've seen?
for example,
Okay.
in the EFAP for Multiverse of Madness and also in Gary's review of Multiverse of Madness, they act confused and shocked when Captain Marvel loses her powers after fighting Wanda, the alternate version of Captain Marvel loses her powers after fighting Wanda, even though there is a very clear scene where it shows Captain Marvel's energies being slowly consumed and subsumed by Wanda's energies because she is absorbing it, which is a key plot point in not just WandaVision, which is a obvious, tie-in to Multiverse of Madness, but also is a key plot point in Multiverse of Madness because Wanda wants to extract the powers of America Chavez as a key feature of the movie. And this would have been very obvious to anyone paying attention if they were actually paying attention to the movie. But instead of paying attention to the thing they're supposed to be criticizing, they are too busy being angry at the thing to actually bother paying attention to it.
What was the context? Like, of course, there are people who view there are people who view themselves who there are people who believe the Earth is flat. Dragon turtle. It doesn't mean everyone. That's like an extreme minority of people, though. Anyway, like, what was the counter argument or the explanation for that?
Several people, not just me, although I did as well, obviously, several people, not just me, pointed out that Wanda was just doing what Agatha Harkness did in WandaVision and what she did later to America throughout the rest of the movie in that scene and took Captain Marvel's energies for her own. And not only did several people spam that reply and it just got ignored, but also it was never addressed by anyone on that panel.
Like, is that it?
No,
That's
there are several other examples of that happening. It's just that
okay. That's a fair
it's
point,
just
but
that that
like,
w- it's just that that was the it's just that that was the one that was the most fresh in my mind because it got to the other one was them assuming that Doctor Strange was Sorcerer Supreme at the end of his first movie, even though there's literally a scene at the end of Doctor Strange 2016 where Wong specifically says there is no Sorcerer Supreme and that Strange still has much to learn.
I remember someone referring to Wong as like the Sorcerer Supreme and something. I forgot
In
about that.
in no way home. My
Yeah,
my 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 issue is a lot of people
which
seem to have
which
assumed.
which contradicts what you previously just said, though.
Well, well, No Way Home takes place long after the first Doctor Strange. My issue is in the context
But
of
then that still wouldn't make any sense.
yeah, but in the context of Multiverse of Madness, a lot of people on the quote unquote anti woke side got mad because Strange quote unquote lost his Sorcerer Supreme title, even though in the first Doctor Strange there's no evidence he ever had it, and if they're assuming that he got it off screen, then it's sort of not necessarily disingenuous, but ignorant to not internalize the fact that this is the movie telling you you're wrong, both in the case of No Way Home and in the case of Multiverse of Madness.
Probably because like he's Sorcerer Supreme in the comics, and that's the assumption that he'd be Sorcerer Supreme in the movies. I
Yeah,
guess
but
that if I had to guess, that's what I would guess.
yeah, but there are two reasons why I don't allow for that argument. Thing one is in the comics back before the sliding time scale, it literally took Strange 10 years of being the Ancient One's apprentice before he became Sorcerer Supreme. And two, a key feature of Strange's arc in Multiverse of Madness is him continuing to humble himself as he started to in the first movie because his arc isn't finished yet. So between that and the overt confirmation that he was not at any point Sorcerer Supreme, I find it a bit disingenuous for people to go, "Oh, you're replacing the main character Sorcerer Supreme with a different Sorcerer Supreme because wokeness." And it's like, no, he was. There is no point in the MCU yet that he was confirmed to be Sorcerer Supreme. Where the fuck did you get that? In fact, there's plenty of like objective counter examples to that claim.
Okay, so like not to cut you guys off, but
Yeah, but we still need to move.
Like
Again.
that's like I said, that's fine. My main thing is that like there's a lot. How like let me see I want to see the fucking channel comments you're talking about when we're over with this, Dalton, so I can see.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, moving forward.
You can't win an argument with an agenda troll. They will never ever believe that they've lost. They're Monty Python's Black Knight with his leg sliced off, claiming "'tis but a scratch."
And again, what is this article? What precisely is this article, if not exactly what you just described? This article is you doing exactly what you are describing. People have come to you with examples of how the Nielsen ratings drop week to week and you ignore them, or you fabricate a counter argument to them post hoc, and or people come to you confirming that the fan sentiment is not the same as the critical sentiment, and you ignore them because anyone who disagrees with the critical consensus must be invalid. Derp. So again, what is this article if not you doing exactly that and admitting that you are, by your own definition, an agenda troll? Because what is critical theory if not literally academically sanctioned agenda trolling, as you would define it?
It would almost be admirable if it wasn't so maddeningly stupid.
And again, I don't want to play the projection card, so I will instead play the Una reverse mirror card. Look at yourself in the mirror and say this to yourself, because it is equally applicable to yourself as it is to the people with whom and about whom you are speaking.
Final episode of She-Hulk's first season, in which the eponymous character is attacked by a group of male superhero enthusiasts who hate her for just existing. Okay,
You are literally defending the definitively worst part of She-Hulk.
Is a gloriously silly, extremely knowing, and laser-targeted dig at exactly those fans who can't see past their idealized version of what their favorite shows should be.
And you can't see past your feminist lens long enough to determine the fact that morality or no freaking morality, your ideology is strangling the show and the character. Because you took a very upbeat, very positive, very bubbly, very self-actualized character in the comics and turned her into a bitter, cynical, middle-aged, type A working woman with with third wave feminist 101 talking points,
I
as though they are character traits.
also want to point this out because I looked up concept art for the show. Way better than the actual show, by the way, which is unsurprising.
I swear that in and of itself pisses me off. The idea, the fact that concept art is always so much better than the translation. Because if I were running a movie studio, I'd be like, no, go back and re-render it until it looks at least equivalent to the concept art, because otherwise you're not doing it right.
Like, all right, go. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you want me to read the last of it, or
Go
What
ahead.
did you say, Brainstormer?
I mean, I was asking like, do you want me to read the last of it, or did you have anything else, anything to say, or
Oh no, I'm good.
okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. It has not gone down over well. Actually, you know what? I do have something to say about like the last part I just read, which is, the show itself, like not even like considering like previous superhero shows that came before it, like Daredevil and Arrow to some extent. Because Daredevil, I think, is more comparative to this, obviously. It's just not a good show overall. Just on a base level. Like even if I'm just talking technical or creative reasons, which we obviously did talk about earlier, it just no one really seemed to have. Well, I don't want to say that, but it just feels like there was a very like obvious lack of passion for the project. If that makes any sense of what I just said.
Well, yeah, because they view art as a means to an end rather than an end in itself. So of course they're not going to be passionate about the project because they view the project as at best incidental and at worst an obstruction to getting whatever it is they actually want.
Yeah.
Okay. It's not going down over well with the YouTubers and Redditors. Small wonder, critics possessing such limited inflexible imagination.
I always found it weird that they had this issue that they have this issue with Reddit, and Reddit is SJW as fuck. I would know. Like I go to Reddit.
Well, I mean, there are also plenty of very anti-SJW Reddits, but yeah,
I mean,
the point is Reddit is a like microcosm of the entire internet. You can find literally anyone taking any position on Reddit if you look hard enough.
And I use Reddit
I mean,
in loosest terms.
you can like Reddit. I guess you could call it that since there's a Reddit dedicated to literally everything. If you want, like I don't know, cats and diapers or something, you can go to Reddit.
I find it sort of funny that of all the random things it could have been, that was the first thing off of the top of your head there. But
I look up like rewrites of movies and stuff.
But in any case, again, Mark, you're in the process of doing the very thing you're talking about as though you're not doing it, because I assume special pleading fallacy. i.e., it's not this bad thing I claim it is when other people do it. When I do it, it's perfectly justified because I do have the one true path. Derp.
Right. Small wonder critics possessing such limited and inflexible imagination, with such a weirdly deliberate lack of empathy for the enjoyment of their fellow fans, were never going to be bright enough to get the joke. And that is the end of that article.
And again, I must point out that you are deliberately lacking empathy for anyone who has criticisms or countervailing evidence of the shows in question. Again, it's a matter of being utterly and completely blind to the legitimacy of anyone's worldview but your own. Because you will gladly embrace every diversity except diversity of thought or worldview.
Not even every diversity. I mean, certainly they wouldn't accept some black dude who's gay who's walking up with a MAGA hat, you know?
Well, but that's what I'm saying. Every diversity except diversity of thought and or worldview. As long as they all agree on the same Overton window, then it doesn't. That literally anything else would, like, they would gladly embrace a Slaaneshi cultist from Warhammer, as long as said Slaaneshi cultist from Warhammer prattled on about the patriarchy and either sex negativity or sex positivity, depending on the issue.
I mean,
But but
if it's
any person of any different ideology or worldview, and they might as well be dealing with someone of a completely different species for as much as
Well,
they know.
so long as you're not white male, I guess.
And even then, white males who toe the feminist line and are male feminists are perfectly acceptable right up until they fuck up.
Cells at work. That's where. Okay, that's your icon. Like that's really.
Yes.
Okay, it was bugging me every time I had seen that. I was trying to figure out where I had seen that. At first, I was thinking of Zolanoid from Guyver.
Oh, it does look like a zoonoid.
Yeah, that's actually a really good like IP that isn't used.
What, Guyver? It is.
Yeah, dude, it is like R. I think someone once said it was like R-rated. Well, it's an R-rated Tokusatsu or R-rated Power Rangers. I guess specifically 90s movies, which I have the sequel to on tape.
It's really good, actually.
Yeah.
Anyway, on to ripping James Cameron a new asshole, because that's always fun.
What happened with James Cameron?
The thing he said about how superheroes are selfish because they don't start families and shit.
Our superheroes acting like college kids. James Cameron says yes. This is made by the nofilmschool.com. It's written by Alyssa Miller, published October 26, 2022.
Oh my god, are you serious?
Yeah.
To be fair, anyway, superheroes have a lot on their plates already, but James Cameron wants them to be more responsible partners and parents. You know what? I'm going to be on the fence about this because I could somewhat understand, but honestly, I would, I'll save my opinions on that as we get into it.
And I'll save my criticisms for it until we actually get into his argument, because his actual argument is very, very stupid. Like that is a very charitable reading of his opinion that the author just gave.
Dalton's position is that I want to give him rope to hang himself.
Essentially, like that, and I absolutely abhor strawmanning. So my stance is essentially, I want to make sure that when I shoot an arrow in your direction, it actually hits you instead of hitting the bar next to you. Because inaccurate criticism does nothing but hurt me and help my enemies, so I'm going to be as accurate as possible. To a frankly OCD degree, where I can. Anyway, moving on.
Yeah, I guess I'll somewhat play devil's advocate.
I can play devil's advocate if you want.
No, I mean, the idea that is proposed, I could somewhat understand.
All right,
Again,
I
that
argue
that
with Dalton
that
enough. I
is
can
the
play devil's advocate.
that is the author being very overly charitable to James' actual position, and we'll get into it as we go.
Again, I will save my opinions until we actually get into the article. So
Yeah.
All right.
Hey, moving on.
yeah, all right. James Cameron, the director of Avatar: The Way of Water, joins the ranks of Martin Scorsese, Francis Ford Coppola, Denis
Villeneuve.
Villeneuve, thank you, and Ridley Scott as directors who will have something to say about the superhero genre.
And just like them, I assume that he's probably not going to actually know or care enough about the superhero genre to actually create accurate criticisms of it.
Right.
But never mind.
Well, I mean, I could, because we did cover what Martin Scorsese had said a while ago, and I said I'll say back then I could, it somewhat understand. I think it's just the framework of his argument is flawed.
Yeah, his whole superhero movies are just theme park rides thing made me go, you do know that the original cinematographs were literally carnival attractions, right? It, again, the thing that bothers me with Scorsese's argument is he acts like there's a massive gulf between what he does with film and what superhero movies do with film, and it's very much a my way of playing with this particular theme park attraction is better than your way of playing with it. Therefore, I get to condescend to you, superhero genre.
I've always disliked this notion that like certain actors uplift the quote unquote material that they're given. I remember
Because that implies the material is inferior to begin with.
exactly. Like I remember I was watching a stream and they said that like, oh, this is an example of someone taking a superhero movie and elevating the material as if the material needed elevating, as if the material wasn't even.
Yeah, as though it was inherently inferior to be. Someone made that argument with Pierce Brosnan's Doctor Fate. They said that there wasn't much here, but Pierce Brosnan made Doctor Fate compelling, and I'm sitting there, the lifelong Doctor Fate fanboy that I am, and I'm like, no, all he did was accurately portray why Doctor Fate is awesome. It's a shame that other actors who have played the character aren't as good at that, but all he did was accurately actualize what was already there. That's all
I,
he did.
I guess the argument from their perspective is that the media is inherently, because of the nature of the media, it's somehow inherently inferior to like quote unquote normal movies.
Yeah, it's literally my kind of art is superior to your kind of art, derp. That's
Right.
what it ultimately amounts to.
Anyway,
Anyway, moving forward with James Cameron putting his foot in his mouth
um,
for the 10th time today.
the Academy Award-winning director is currently making his rounds on the press tour for his long-awaited sequel, 2009's Avatar, which is the highest-grossing film of all time.
I'm gonna. This is a sidebar, but I'm gonna put massive air quotes beside the term "long awaited" there, because I'm sure there are people who really do, and I've met and spoken to several of them who genuinely do just fawn over Avatar. But I think at the very least a significant plurality of the people on whom Avatar originally worked in 2009 came home, and as soon as they saw it on a normal sized screen, i.e., without the specter of the event nature of it, they came to the realization that Avatar really wasn't a very good movie. I mean, we've all seen the Avatar is just Fern Gully in space memes, right? For like the
Uh,
last 10 years.
Honestly, I didn't think most people even remembered that Avatar was a movie. Hell, I was around to see it, and I completely forget that it existed as a movie.
Yeah. I'm the same way of like I was one of the few people that the spectacle didn't even originally work on. Like I remember the first time I watched Avatar, I had to rewatch it like 3 or 4 times before I could even finish the damn thing because I kept falling asleep. I kept falling asleep when I watched
Pretty
it.
much, it is Avatar. I think the nicest thing I've heard about it is that it's Dances with Wolves in space.
Yep. Dances with Wolves, Fern Gully, or Pocahontas. Those are all things I've heard it being referred to as the in space version of, and they're all to
Fern
they're
Gully
all to
had
some degree right. Because
at least
here's go ahead.
I was gonna say at least Fern Gully had a badass villain.
I mean Tim Curry as the villain will always be a win. It's
Actually,
a shame. It's a
I,
shame he retired from acting.
I actually recently listened to Toxic Love.
Which, by the way, for all of the cringy environmentalist gobbledygook that was Fern Gully, they did at least give is it Vexus or Hexus his villain name?
I think
The
it's
Hexus. It was Hexus.
oh
Hexus, a very awesome villain song. Anyway, moving forward.
I also want to mention the animation for that particular sequence was awesome.
Yeah,
Like when he first turned into when he first it's like bubbled up from the ooze or
yeah,
whatever.
the like black cloud of death thing. Yeah, that was cool.
I was actually remembering the skeleton that was being electrocuted.
Yeah, when he was first like a skeleton, and then like he kept singing and shit. That was amazing. Oh my god.
Yeah, but
Anyway.
speaking of animation, the thing with Avatar is I think a lot of people were sold on it purely from a technical standpoint, i.e., it was a very technically proficient movie, and not many people had seen full CGI movies outside of animation at that point, and that's why I think a lot of people were sold.
You
And
know,
that's also why I fully expect that Avatar: The Way of Water will underperform, because since Avatar revolutionized the VFX industry with itself, every movie has either equaled or surpassed what Avatar originally did, and now the entire populace is more or less acclimated to large extravagant uses of CGI. And I don't think Avatar as a franchise has much to sell itself beyond its technical proficiency. And I don't think that between the first Avatar and Way of Water, um, they pushed the boundaries further enough for it to capture the same ooh and ah factor of the first one.
Pretty much. The thing that made Avatar so I guess the thing that made Avatar stand out was, like Dalton said, it was new. It was the first time we were able to do that. But without that effect, it's basically just like Jamaican cat people in space.
And there's not much actual world building or character work or like plot
Not really, because
uniqueness to make it stand out beyond
exactly
that.
because exactly because the world itself isn't even particularly interesting. It's just like the rainforest.
It was well translated back in the day, so
Yeah, it's
people fell in love with it.
that, and there are no interesting fixtures to the world. It's basically just the rainforest as a planet.
Yeah, and honestly, you could argue that something like the swamp episode of Avatar, the the Last Airbender,
Yeah.
not the James Cameron one, did like we are all connected in a great living swamp thing better than Avatar did.
Oh, that's interesting. I never thought about that.
right. I do have to agree with what Dragon Troll had said, which is the credit of that it had decently entertaining action scenes, not the best, but decently good, and let people make actually genuine arguments for why the humans are the good guys.
Yeah, they did turn the humans into basically straw men, evil kid. They did basically what Fern Gully did, but arguably worse.
Yeah,
It,
pretty much because at least
the whole man is the most dangerous animal because we will doom the entire world or whatever the fuck.
exactly because at least the humans in Ferngully were just stupid and oblivious to what they were doing, and Hexus was shown as more of the quote unquote evil.
Yeah,
Whereas,
he was like an evil influence over them rather than just humans being evil because humans.
yeah, exactly. Whereas, like in Avatar, almost called it Ferngully. Thank you, Dalton. But in
Yeah, sorry.
Avatar, like the humans were basically just assholes in mech suits.
Yeah, and Stephen Lang's character was literally, I am angry military man, grr, the character.
I'm so
Um,
tired of that. I'm so tired of that stereotype. Like, holy shit! Like, Jesus Christ.
Anyway,
Like, it's not even nice to the military to have them portrayed like that. So what the fuck? Anyway, moving on.
I was gonna say something, but
No, go ahead, and then we really should move forward.
yeah. One of the only directors, modern wise, that I can think of that really shows respect to the military is Michael Bay. That's what
Oh.
I didn't want to say it, but
And he has the problem of kind of going in the opposite direction of basically
Where
filleting
he
the
jerks
military
off the
for
military?
120 years.
Where he kind
Yeah.
of jerks off the military a little bit?
Yeah, it's
yeah.
that's basically the only two you get most times. Is either you get the war is hell and makes monsters of everyone in it approach of the military, obviously sociopathic narcissist grr people, or
Oh,
you get the military is awesome and can do no wrong
Although I will
dark
say,
people.
The Rock, I think, was which was like one of his first movies. I think was actually a pretty good balance of stuff.
The one with Kevin Conroy, or no, sorry, Sean Connery in it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
For some reason, I thought you guys were talking about like the Scorpion King.
No.
no,
It's a very different movie starring The Rock. Anyway, moving on.
Yeah. With 3 sequels to the film already waiting in the wings, set to star Sam Worthington and Zoe Saldana reprising the roles as Jake and Neytiri, Cameron is ready to show off his big budget franchise. The Avatar franchise faces some competition with other massive blockbusters, mainly the dominance of superhero movies from the Marvel Cinematic Universe and DC Extended Universe, which have created a fan following that continues to grow as they experiment within the confines of the genre. To be fair, superhero is not technically a genre. It is.
No, it is. Well, comic book superhero is very much a genre.
Okay, fair enough.
But in any case, for whatever you may think of the superhero genre, this is one thing that they definitely did right that Avatar definitely did wrong,
Was the
which is the superhero genre by way of Marvel and to some lesser extent DC has taken the time over the last 10 years to make themselves pop culture ubiquitous by effort and time, whereas James Cameron for some reason assumes that anyone who's criticized his first Avatar must be an idiot, and therefore he doesn't need to address that criticism at all, and therefore he can spend 14 years making a sequel, and everyone will just automatically show up because he says so when the second one comes out.
James Cameron? James Cameron is one of these people who's been lauded. I guess when you've been lauded as like this genius and this innovator for so long, like you just kind of have head up
You
your ass.
become arrogant.
Exactly, you become arrogant and have your head up your ass just permanently.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. As you yourself pointed out earlier, Corrupt, has Avatar had any pop culture impact at all? Like, are there any like
To be honest with you, no, not really. I don't even see reference. You know, it's interesting about that, right? Usually movies will like to sort of indicate where they are in the cultural zeitgeist, right? They'll have like memes in other media. There will be like jokes about them. There'll be
parodies,
like
satires,
exactly some sort of imitation.
spoofs,
No one does
yada
that
yada?
with Avatar. No one does that with Avatar. I don't
The
even see people make fun of them being like cat Jamaicans.
the only thing that is or has been somewhat mimetic over the last like 14 years about Avatar is all the criticisms that everyone ignored when it first came out. Like
Wait,
there is sort of a minor subculture making fun of Avatar and saying how stupid it was
I
that it
did.
became
So
this big
here's
thing.
the thing, right, Dalton? I literally didn't even know that because I didn't even know people talked about Avatar. That like you're younger than me, and that's new to me. Like holy shit, I didn't even
Yeah,
know.
okay, fair enough. So even the criticisms of it haven't registered much in the like overall zeitgeist. But
That's
I
so crazy. I didn't even know that people criticized it because
yeah,
I. Oh, go ahead.
yeah, no, there like I said earlier, there seems to be a percentage of people who even people who were sold on the original Avatar who when they got it home and were watching it on a normal screen realized how like facile and shit it was and how basically the technical proficiency had hoodwinked everyone. And
Okay.
so there's been people over the course of the last 10 years who've made a habit of dumping on Avatar and saying how it is basically just Fern Gully or Dance with Wolves or Pocahontas in space and nothing else.
Right.
And as you say, even the people who essentially made sport of Avatar and making fun of it apparently haven't registered enough on the pop culture zeitgeist to
It,
reach your
it's
ears.
so
So
it's so weird because it was an expensive movie when it came out, and people just didn't even like. It just had no impact on them.
and it made just fuck off levels of money. Like
Yeah,
it
it did.
still is to this day like the most financially successful blockbuster in history.
You
Uh,
know, I will make one exception to that. I will make one exception. It is used as a measuring stick for how much money you want to make and how successful something is when it comes to money.
Yeah,
That's about it. That's the only I think cultural relevance it has is how much money it made.
yeah, but compare that to what has occurred in the superhero genre since
I mean,
2009.
so the superhero genre it's made there's the Thanos snap, there's numerous Avengers fucking stuff, there's like every like thousands of Tony
There's the
Stark films.
concept of a cinematic universe in and of itself
Thank
that
you.
everyone
Yeah,
tried to
that's
be.
it. That's it. Like that I think that is probably the largest contribution like the superhero genre has made is the cinematic universe because there was a monster cinematic universe that they were going to make that never took off.
for the
Like
record, that is um,
DC wants to make a cinematic universe. Like that is probably the
Stephen
biggest.
King tried to make a cinematic universe out of The Dark Tower, and it
Ex-
completely fell into oblivion and so on.
exactly. Like people have wanted to like the MCU like when superheroes came in, they not only conquered but they created the idea of a cinematic universe.
Yeah.
Which had not been something that was very in vogue.
I mean, okay. If I'm going to go down this line of thinking, to be fair, the cinematic universe itself is technically not a new concept, relatively, because TV.
Yeah, Universal did it first in like the 40s and the 30s and
Yeah, they
40s.
did. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
true.
okay, but I was also going to bring up that certain TV shows have also done this, like created small universes within them. Like,
Like the CW.
no, I was referring to older ones and actually good ones.
Oh,
Um,
oh.
like Buffy the Vampire series, Angel.
Yeah,
Hold on,
Yeah, you're right.
Frasier, Cheers.
hold on. But yeah, you're correct as well. Also animated stuff like again the DCAU. You know.
But
Oh, right.
Hold on. The one I was going to bring up was a successful one that people don't really remember because it's like they kind of stopped doing it. But the Doctor Who universe that they had with the new Who, which
yeah, the Sarah Jane Chronicles,
Oh,
K9
I
had a
never got a
spinoff.
chance to watch that.
Torchwood, I actually watched that on Netflix.
Yeah, but even you, Brainstormer, wouldn't argue that the superhero genre helped
I would
bring it to a whole new scale.
right, yeah, that's what I mean though. It's like while it's not a new concept, I would certainly say that the superhero genre propelled that idea into the grander zeitgeist of pop culture.
Pretty much,
Yeah.
yeah. Because now you have movies that want. Because now you have movies and shit. Movie studios that want their own cinematic universe.
Right,
And-
I'm sorry. This is a little side tangent with me with like in terms of cinematic universe. It's not hard to do, but you have to put in the work to build it, and that's the problem with a lot of these cinematic universes that have tried to take off is that they put too much in one basket.
Well, that and they either A, don't understand the source material they're working with, or B, they don't care. And that's for all of the MCU has lost its steam lately. You can't sit there and tell me that Kevin Feige didn't care about the idea of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, because he had been trying to pitch that ever since like the Bryan Singer X-Men or Sam Raimi Spider-Man days.
The '90s actually, because apparently there was a Wizard magazine where there was like a fan casting for various heroes, various Avengers team.
And he kept pitching it, and people would tell him no. And so he went to Paramount, because Paramount was the original studio for the MCU. I bet Paramount is regretting ever selling that to Disney. But he went to Paramount and was like, okay, fine. You guys don't want to play Cinematic Universe with me? Fine, I'll do it myself. He was kind of like a lawful good version of Thanos, and he did, and the rest is history.
Like I gotta say, I'm not super happy with the direction the MCU is going in now, but like you said, he did prove he was enthusiastic and passionate about trying to build the MCU.
Yeah. It just happens to be experiencing growing pains because, unfortunately, and this is ultimately what I think handicapped the MCU, is they, ever since Phase 1, had a plan to build up to the Infinity Gauntlet.
Yeah.
And what they should have done is, round about the end of Phase 3, they should have started planning and going, okay, obviously this is working. What's the next go round? What's the next fate? What's the next big crossover going to be? And they didn't. And that's why I think the MCU is experiencing growing pains, is because before they were basically all building up to the Infinity Gauntlet or the Infinity Saga. And now they're playing catch up, because rather than understanding that they would still have places to go in Phase 4, 5, and 6, they were like, we'll get around to Phase 4 when we're done with Phase 3, and then Phase 4 happened, and it's like, well, shit, we should have been planning this. Damn.
So what's also happened is probably, and I saw an article mention this too. What probably happened is what was inevitably going to happen with such a massive expansion of the MCU so quickly. Like Kevin Feige spread himself too thin. He's trying to cash in on the diversity wave right now. And like by doing that, you can't have the same type of quality shit that you had before.
Yeah.
Because one, the writing now he has writers that kind of suck now. Not for everything, but for a lot of things it kind of suck. And he himself is one guy. You can't supervise like how many phases were they have like how many phases were we in? We're in the fourth phase, right?
We're in Phase 4, and it's the first phase where TV and TV shows are involved. Really.
Yeah, and there's like there seems to be a Marvel movie for like every 3 months now or something.
Give or take, yeah.
With like a string of TV shows, one man cannot oversee all of that himself.
And further to that point, and this one really isn't even on Kevin Feige. It's on a conspiring set of circumstances. Initially, what I heard, and what a lot of people heard, and there are plenty of articles on this. Initially, what I heard is Kevin Feige anticipated that, and he wanted James Gunn to kind of help keep the ship on pace, by focusing more on Marvel Cosmic. And then the controversy with James Gunn happened, and they basically had to scrap the entire the whole original idea for Marvel Phase 4 and beyond was they were going to focus more heavily on cosmic shit, a la Guardians of the Galaxy, which I think we can all agree probably would have been a smart choice. But then the controversy with James Gunn happened, and they had to get him out. And don't get me wrong, they got him back, but by the time the controversy, quote unquote, blew over, they had to figure out a new dynamic, and they went with multiverse. And they also went with all new, all different Marvel / SJW Marvel, which was inevitably going to be a bad thing to deal with. But even then, I think they could have managed it if Kevin Feige was able to focus on it more, because I genuinely think that Kevin Feige has good instincts with regards to how to adapt characters that may not have been the most likable to begin with into likable characters. But as you say, now it was going to be the Kevin Feige and James Gunn show, and now it's just still the Kevin Feige show, and one man can't do everything.
Pretty much. The thing about SJW Marvel that I find really funny is that like even from like the few people I've heard who liked Wakanda, like the people I've heard who talked about Wakanda Forever, like no one mentions Riri Williams like at all.
Yeah, no,
I didn't even know she was in the movie.
Yeah, no, the good news is she's not as insufferable as she was in the comics. The bad news is she's also not particularly noteworthy. Even though ostensibly the plot kind of revolves around her because she's kind of a living MacGuffin. And to their credit, this is the same thing they kind of did with America Chavez, because I and everyone else was terrified of the prospect of America Chavez being in Multiverse of Madness.
Yeah.
Like I was literally weeping over it at some points. But to their credit, and again, this is why I think Kevin Feige has pretty good instincts with regards to this, they took the character from the comics and they sanded off all the rough edges and they tried their damnedest to make her a likable character, and they mostly succeeded. I.e., she's not a feminist talking a feminist mouthpiece. She doesn't spout Spanglish. She isn't constantly belittling everyone else around her, up to and including the main character. Like she's not an insufferable character anymore. To the point that it made several SJWs mad that she wasn't as quote unquote bold as she was in the comics, by which I assume they mean bitchy, or what we would call bitchy. But
Yeah.
Anyway,
moving on, because James Cameron is the idiot of the hour.
Yeah, let's go.
superhero films in general have faced a lot of criticism from many spelling error there.
God, you people get paid more than you definitely should to write these articles. Either get a fucking editor or proofread your shit.
That is something I hear. What is it? Tim Pool says that a lot. Like they need a copy editor, like all the goddamn time. Like holy shit.
Okay, superhero films in general have faced a lot of criticism from many filmmakers.
Also, new private dating website just for you, the brainstormer. Like this shit keeps popping up in the chat.
I know, like I'm tempted to block it, but
it's a bot, and it's brigading us because we're a small channel, but large enough that it thinks it can get attention. So it's a bot. Anyway, yeah. Moving on.
For many filmmakers over the years, but Cameron has a very specific criticism of the two cinematic universes.
Oh God!
On the superhero genre, during his interview with the New York Times, Cameron weighed in on the superhero film franchise debate, giving a slight dig at how the genre handles character development. Okay, you know what? I am willing to hear him out because I could see.
Withhold until we get to his actual argument, because again,
yeah.
I think the writer of the article is trying to be more charitable to him than is deserved or is warranted.
I will do the devil's advocate thing. Since
I'm
already
gonna
know.
play. I'm gonna play on the fence for the moment. So
All right, brainstormers on the fence. Dalton is not
again,
exactly pro, and I'll be devil's advocate.
Yeah, I have read through this once, and I can tell you from having read through it that this writer of this article is trying their damnedest to make him sound intelligent. When we get to his actual argument, someone is gonna want to smack themselves in the head.
I'm
okay.
I'm gonna fucking groan at reading this, aren't I, Dalton?
Probably,
All right.
I would
Well,
I would put money on it. I would
I
put
have
money
a
on it.
I have a task ahead of me.
Hey, Dom. Quick question: if I didn't take a vow of not drinking, would I want to drink with this?
Yeah, probably.
God
All
damn.
right. So I have a task ahead of me. Then let's go.
Try not to groan.
All right. Since Avatar: The Way of Water focuses on how Jake and Neytiri
Theory.
have grown with their family, which now includes several children, Cameron finds it confounding how characters in superhero films, especially those who are parents, could act in dangerous ways without considering their lives or how it affects the lives of their children.
Okay, James.
Okay, that's actually really stupid. Well, okay,
Jake.
you know what? I could.
Okay, wait, hold on. Let me see. You know, those were parents could. Wait, what? Hold on. Say that again.
Okay. Yeah. Give me a second. Cameron finds it confounding how characters in superhero films, especially those who are parents, could act in dangerous ways without considering their lives or how it affects the lives of their children.
You mean, James, that they're not selfish, or at least not self-oriented?
Well, okay. I got this. I have an angle. Okay. So policemen and
Firemen,
firefighters,
uh,
they
paramedics,
exactly
soldiers.
paramedics, exactly. They endanger their like they put themselves on the line all the time, and even they have some sort of wherewithal to know that you can't be completely selfless and that you have other people that you have to look out for.
Like it's kind of the whole point of a soldier.
Yeah, I mean, they have to put themselves out there on the front lines to keep themselves from dying, and even they know that you can't just like run into a bullet, you know.
Okay, fair enough to some degree, but many times when superheroes are, especially when they're settled with their families, as James is alluding to, they are not actively seeking to go into the line of duty anymore, or at the very least, they're hoping to segment the times when they're in the line of duty to the time they spend with their family. But very often, the villains or the external forces insist upon themselves, um, or insist on inflicting themselves into the hero's life. I.e., Scott Lang is sitting with Kathy Lang, and all of a sudden the villain comes traipsing through a wall, or tries to abscond with their car, or what have you.
Traipsing through a wall like he's just on a casual stroll.
Right. Um,
But you get my point. It's not like the hero in question tries to ignore their child in favor of their superhero
I mean,
responsibilities.
so
It's very often they're in the middle of their like parenting responsibilities, and all of a sudden, shit, the world needs saved. Fuck, and I can't ignore it. So,
I mean,
man,
he like that's true, but even if you're not trying to do that, like if you know you have a responsibility not only to the world but also to your kid, you have to exercise caution at like kind of all times. Also, Ahsoka Tano Gaming kind of agrees with him a little bit too. They're putting their let's see. I mean, he kind of has a point with the children stuff in terms of superheroes with kids. Since I'm being a superhero, they're putting their kids' lives in danger.
well, and here's the other thing, and I'm gonna bring this up because I know he bitches at them for it later. A lot of superheroes don't actually have either significant others or kids specifically for these reasons. And he whines about that too. The idea that a reasonable person would put up the superhero identity and settle down and have children instead of prioritizing the world. And it was at that point that I literally just lost my shit.
Well, we're getting ahead of ourselves in that.
Oh my
Yeah.
god, I have to defend that? Damn it. Okay.
I told you shouldn't have tried this, but
I'm glad I'm on the fence.
All right. Okay, I'm good. Hold on. I'm good, coach. Send me in, Brainstormer.
Okay. In his interview, Cameron says, "When I look at these big, spectacular films, I'm looking at you, Marvel and DC. Doesn't matter how old the characters are; they all act like they're in college. You know,
I agree.
Yeah,
I
kind of see that.
to some degree I get it, but then again, it depends on what he means as acting like you're in college. If he means that some of them are just bachelors, then to your guys' previous points, like it's better for them in large part to be bachelors than it is just settle down and have a family, because if it's my happiness of the world, it's kind of selfish and self-indulgent of them to choose their happiness over the world.
All right, let me see. Ahsoka Tana Gaming says, in terms of stuff, most of the people that have kids either have them before that, and that is a reason they shouldn't be a superhero, or they started one and decided to give up the title to someone else.
Yeah, that is another thing. A lot of the superheroes with kids also either successfully or at least attempt to give up the superhero life, and either circumstances get in the way of that, or they don't, and the person is successful at giving up the mantle, like in the case of Captain America. But by and large, most superheroes are perpetual bachelors or bachelorettes, because specifically for the reason of I can't afford to have a significant other or a child because some villain is going to do villain thing.
All right, but okay. So here's my thing. So I kind of feel like they do sort of act like perpetual like frat boys. So there you go.
Yeah, you know what? I have to agree with Corrupt on that. That was actually something I was going to bring up earlier, but
particularly in the Marvel movies. But I would go so far as to say that's not even a character issue; it's a writing issue. The need to make everyone Tony Stark, essentially.
Yeah, fair enough. That's a fair point.
Yeah, I agree.
Like, it's not a fact of the genre or a fact of the movies. It's just we can't write any character dialogue-wise except for Tony Stark, so everyone needs to be similar to Tony Stark.
Everyone is so snarky. It's so oppressive.
It's really weird because, like, between the three of us, we are all very different personalities.
Yes. God,
And,
yes.
like, Doan's the smart, know-it-all sage dude.
I appreciate your extremely charitable definition of that.
Corrupt is the chaotic, super weird one.
Oh, thank you.
And I'm the most mundane guy here.
Okay, I'm gonna call you out for not being charitable to yourself. Your character archetype, sir, is the purer than driven snow cinnamon roll of the three of us.
Okay, why do I get no defense? Really? Chaotic, super weird one, really?
Well, you revel in that though, Corrupt. You are to cringe what the Joker is to chaos, man. Like you revel in it so much that if we tried to quote unquote defend you for it, you would take umbrage with our defense.
Yes, I do sleep and I like things. Yes.
Normally he is not, though.
Alright, how can Marvel and DC address Cameron's criticisms?
Hold on. Okay, so Dragon Troll and Song Tong Gaming were having an interesting conversation. Wait, so this guy says that superheroes being superheroes is a problem because it's selfish not to have a family and endangerment to have a family to be one with a family. By that,
Yes,
clearly nobody should be soldiers or first responders.
that's essentially where he ends up drilling down to.
Well,
Yes.
technically, with soldiers and first responders, you aren't really putting your kids' lives in danger. Superheroes, on the other hand, you pretty much fight people every day, and if you do not kill them, they could come back and hurt someone you love. Because for a whole lot of stuff, superheroes do not kill, and no jail can hold these beings for life sentences.
I,
Because,
I mean, I mean that.
hold on,
Go ahead.
because to be honest, a large majority of them in Marvel especially do not turn good. DC has had countless times that the villains will actually help the heroes, be it Flash, Batman, or anything like that.
I mean that's fair, but that's why specifically the vast majority of superheroes are either bachelors or their significant other also has powers to one degree or another.
Also, I do want to point this out. Is it? I don't know if it's really related to this, but has anyone noticed that pretty much all of the heroes in the MCU are basically killers?
Oh, because I don't think because the characters I think that were adapted for the MCU weren't like DC characters in that they don't have an issue with killing. I think Spider-Man is the only one that they adapted that has an issue with outright killing.
I mean Doctor Strange specifically goes out of his way to go my Hippocratic Oath and tries to go
Oh, that's true. I thought
Okay,
about
so,
Doctor
well,
Strange
I
too.
guess
to any lengths not to kill, and in fact most of his finales are about how can I best avoid killing
I mean,
anything.
he did kill a demon to be fair though.
yeah,
I,
I guess to
I
be,
I mean yes, but I would, and he probably would also make the argument that the demon's physical body is essentially incidental, and its like spiritual essence will continue on back to its home dimension. So
Possibly.
it's less killing it in the traditional sense, and more just taking out its body so that it can go home.
I mean, maybe. Like, I don't know if that was established in the movie or not, but I'll give you that one. I will give you that one. I'll grant you that.
I mean that's at the very least how it works in the comics. Is most supernatural entities, their bodies are temporary, and they can easily exist outside of them.
okay. Anyway, uh, they have relationships, but they really don't. They never hang up their spurs because of their kids. The things that really ground us and give us.
Again, because there's only so much hanging up your spurs you can do when it's literally my happiness or the world.
Okay,
Like,
let
okay.
me. Sorry, I didn't finish that because I sneezed.
Mhm.
Oh, go ahead.
So give me a second, because God, that fucking hurts. Okay, I'm good. I'm good. I think I'm getting sick. Fantastic.
Oh no.
Yeah.
At least you didn't get sick on your birthday, and hopefully it'll be over by Christmas time. Because being sick during the holidays would suck.
It really does suck being sick. I hope I don't get sick either.
My mom was so unlucky one year because she's born in April, so sometimes depending on the way the calendar goes, Easter will fall on her birthday.
I have no
Um,
pain for everyone. So.
a- and one year she was so unlucky that it was Easter, it was her birthday, and she was sick at the same time. I felt so bad.
Um, they have relationships, but they don't. They never hang up their spurs because of their kids, the things that really ground us and give us power, love, and a purpose. Those characters don't experience it, and I think that's not the way to make movies. Okay, so I had to kind of counteract that. Um, this is a weird one, but Ant Man, the MCU Ant Man, right? Paul Rudd.
Right, yeah.
That
He's
one.
yes, Hal Agnews. I was just sorry. He was well. He's a divorced father who loves his daughter. Something that Hank Pym said to him in the first movie, and it was in the teaser, in the trailers as well, is like, for him to even become a superhero was the motivation of his daughter to protect her from the from the danger that was going to be caused in the movie. So
I mean that is one way of going about it. The other aspect I would argue is it's odd to frame them in terms of quote unquote normal purposes, because a lot of superheroes, by virtue of their extraordinary destinies and extraordinary power sets, obtained a higher purpose from whatever mechanism gave them their powers, i.e., normal people or normal characters find meaning in their families and in their significant others. But for quite a lot of superhero characters, for example, my go-to example, Doctor Strange, he doesn't need to find meaning in a family and a significant other, because he's found his purpose in the higher purpose of basically being the superpowered equivalent of a monk, or the mystical equivalent of a monk.
Yeah.
Okay, I agree.
I would agree with. I'm going to agree with that actually.
Yeah. I was going to say something, but God damn it, it's just lost my train of thought.
All right,
but family is not the end all be all, which is weird for me to say.
You could argue it's the most normal way of finding meaning or purpose in life, but we're talking about extraordinary characters with extraordinary lives.
Yeah, that what was what I was trying to say. It's just like, even if you have a family as a superhero, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's wrong for you to still be a superhero. I mean, like Batman, the Bat Family.
Yeah, and again, a lot of people, a lot of superheroes find their significant others or their families, either their literal biological families or their adoptive families or their found families, through their extraordinary lifestyles. Like, for example, Doctor Strange met Clea, who is the niece of Dormammu and one of his former enforcers, and made her his apprentice, and then eventually married her. Enza Kramer met Kent Nelson, Dr. Fate, while he was in college, honoring his mortal father by getting a archaeology degree. And then when she found out that he was a mystical hero, she asked him to train her in the mystic arts. And then they moved in together, and she is a sorceress in her own right. And eventually she takes up the helm as well. In the case of Ant-Man Scott Lang, building off of what you guys had said about him and his relationship to his daughter Cassie.
Yeah.
In the comics, and they're setting up in the MCU, she eventually uses Pym Tech to become a hero in her own right, namely Stature. So I'm not sure where James is getting this, because a lot of the time, as Brainstormer pointed out earlier, protecting their families, if they have them, are part of the motivation. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, I guess is looking at things from the perspective of not a comic book reader, of just going off the movies. I suppose he's looking at it from that perspective. And it seems like what he's wanting to get at is that he wants some sort of growth from what he sees as people who live as like perpetual teenagers. At least that's what it seems like he's saying to me.
And there again, I would throw up people like Batman, people like Doctor Strange, and so on and so forth. Their growth is less growing into a wife and kids, or the most normal traditional type of finding meaning in life, and more, I am called to this higher purpose because no one else can do this, or at least no one else is as well equipped to do this. Therefore, that is my purpose. That is my meaning to exist.
Right.
Is I am the barrier between normal people and whatever forces are trying to engage with them in a negative way.
Yeah.
I guess what he's thinking of is from a realistic perspective or a relatable perspective of something of like that type of thing. Like, he wants something that I guess that's relatable and very human. So
It's almost coming off as like a trad composition. You don't have meaning in your life until you have a wife and kids, Derp.
my wife and kids.
Well, and by the way, I'm not disputing anyone who does genuinely find that level of meaning in a wife or kids, or significant other in general, depending on which way you swing or whatever. I'm just saying that number one, it's almost like that is the default type of meaning you can get from your life. By which I mean, if you can't find any other more unique meaning in your life, there's always the meaning of wife and kids. But also, again, it acts as though none of the other meaning that someone could find in a superhero lifestyle would either count as meaning or would ever lead to finding a significant other or children, or a family found or otherwise, which is just silly.
Moving on, or anyone else? Okay.
Yeah, moving on.
Okay.
We can move on.
Okay.
This is a little harder. His arguments are so shit.
It's hard for me to play devil's advocate, isn't it?
His arguments are so terrible.
I told you. Did I or did I not tell you? I swear to God, I told you.
I think the issue for me, like at first, like when I said one thing, I'm glad I picked to be on the fence about this. Is that you're right. Like the author of the article really did kind of try to portray it as unbiased.
I think she's running interference for him and trying to be as charitable as possible when it's completely not warranted.
Yeah.
You know what? I will try indeed, because this is.
You're gonna hurt yourself. You're gonna give yourself a brain aneurysm with this, and then I'm gonna feel bad.
That's fine. I can do this. Come on, give me another one, Coach.
Right. How can Marvel and DC address Cameron's criticism? The MCU has shown numerous characters undergoing growth and stepping away from the superhero lifestyle after developing relationships and having kids, with prime examples including Hawkeye, Jeremy Renner, and Tony Stark, Robert Downey Jr. in Avengers Endgame. I mean, Hawkeye already had the family from Age of Ultron.
Yeah. And as Brainstormer pointed out in the previous point, Cassie Lang was not only existent before, but was a factor in why Scott became Ant-Man in the first place.
Yeah, and when Thanos snapped, it was very evident that the reason why Clint became Ronin was because his family was gone.
And of course, speaking of the Thanos snap and the character repercussions of that, what is WandaVision?
Right.
Like the entire, like, Wanda's entire arc was I finally fell in love with someone and through supernatural means had a family with them, and then everything was taken away from me, and then along comes the Devil Book whispering in my ear and making me long to see my children again via multiverse.
I mean,
enter shenanigans.
I guess you could argue that, like, even in that, like, it's kind of Marvel's way of regressing the characters back to a particular status quo.
I mean, but even outside of WandaVision, where most of the character work was laid and then promptly forgotten because the writers don't know what they're doing, but that's neither here nor there. even prior to the whole WandaVision scenario, she almost rips Thanos apart and has to be stopped because, quote, you took everything away from me, unquote. So where is this notion of heroes in superhero movies never stack up and defend their families or their significant others or what have you?
Or avenge them.
I mean there is that. There is the whole,
I mean,
it's literally called the Avengers.
well, that's also, well, no, I was gonna bring up that's kind of the Punisher's whole character.
Yeah. Punisher, Batman,
And kind of,
yeah, like there are so many I mean, even in the context of, do they mention Enza in Black Adam? I thought they did, but I can't remember.
no, I don't think they did.
Okay, well then never mind. My point with regards to Black Adam would have been moot. And I don't think they mentioned Shaira either. But in either of their cases, not only do their significant others need to occasionally be avenged, but several of them have taken up mantles. Like when Kent left the mortal coil, and I say that rather than died because it literally is more his body just gave out and his soul was placed in the amulet of Anubis instead of dying, quote unquote. But when that happened, it was Enza who decided to take up the mantle of Dr. Fate after Kent. And when Doctor Strange most recently died in the comics, it was Clea, his ex-wife and former student, that took over the reins of Sorcerer Supreme. And that's one of the reasons why I didn't have any issue with Clea taking over, despite the replace the man with a woman. People were like, I do sometimes worry about the anti-woke side of the argument becoming just as mannish and overly simplistic as the other side, because it literally does seem sometimes for some of them that it literally does just take a woman, no matter how justified she is, to do a thing before they get all offended.
I mean, like, who's getting offended though just by doing that? Like, I mean, you say that, but like, give me an example, right?
Yellow Flash, EVS, I think the Fourth Age. I want to say Professor Geek might have mentioned it when Clea Strange became Sorceress Supreme after Strange died. Everyone was bitching of like, oh, it's obviously SJW Marvel because replace a man with a woman, and I was sitting there like, she was his student for decades and ruled her own goddamn dimension for a while because she bitch slapped Dormammu and threw him out on his ear.
Here's the argument though, right? It's like, look at what's actually happening. You gotta give it context, right? Look at in the context of what's actually happening when it comes to male superheroes and female superheroes, or female characters and male characters, and see why that conclusion is being reached, instead of just assuming that like it's due to some overreaction.
But the problem is, when the initial anti-SJW push happened, it was all about look at it in context. Look at it in the context of feminism. Look at it in the context of, the obvious social justice co-opting. And then you also though had counterexamples like Alita Battle Angel or X-23 or plenty of other examples.
How is Alita Battle? What is Alita Battle Angel a counterexample to exactly?
What I mean is it used to be there was a distinction drawn between female characters who were feminist or were feminist mouthpieces or social justice mouthpieces and female characters who wouldn't. So you had anti-SJWs, for example, rally around Alita Battle Angel in opposition to Captain Marvel. But now it really does seem, and going back to the Clea example, it really does seem like they don't look at the context of, is this character justified to be in this position? Does this make sense within the character's backstory, etc., etc.? because I saw a bunch of people, Ash on Comics, Yellow Flash, etc., going, "How dare you replace Stephen Strange with Clea Strange?" And I was the only one, and I was the only odd one out, going, "Well, it might be superficially annoying that Strange was replaced by a female character. This female character was his wife for several decades, was his apprentice for several more decades, ruled her own entire goddamn dimension, and defeated one of Strange's largest enemies, namely Dormammu, because she was his niece, and has had an on again, off again presence in Doctor Strange's mythos for basically the character's entire history since she was introduced. So if there must be a surrogate, another Sorcerer Supreme after the death of a Doctor Strange, I'm much more charitable towards Clea, for example, than I am towards Brother Voodoo when Brother Voodoo took over previously in the comics, The Sorcerer Supreme. Because that literally did require Doctor Strange as a character to be debased, and for a new character from basically out of nowhere take over his mantle and even take over the designation of Doctor with no justification. But with Clea, it was like, of course Clea is perfectly justified in taking over as Sorcerer Supreme. She was Sorcerer Supreme of an entire separate dimension, and he was his wife and apprentice for decades. Duh.
All right, even if you like his like even if you want to art like, but even like you just said, like given the context of the situation and shit, you could probably come to that sort of conclusion and shit. Like even if like sure it might be justified, like sure it may be justified, and I can agree with you that it sounds justified, but you can understand how someone might come to the conclusion of like, well, it's just yet another male character being replaced.
My point is that we, like it or not, have to abide by something resembling a higher
But
standard.
no one's saying that you don't have to abide by a standard. What I'm saying is that given the situation and context, yeah, you could probably come to that conclusion. Is it a fair conclusion? No, but if you look further into it, it probably isn't. But it's not impossible to come away with that conclusion, and that's the point.
No, but when people do, it only ends up making our position look weaker, because it genuinely does come off as, oh, you literally don't like her because she's a woman, regardless of the justification. Because that used to be the distinction between, we don't mind female characters, we just like social justice or feminist characters. And it seems like slowly but surely that distinction is getting eroded, and I don't like seeing it get eroded, because it makes it easier to be uncharitable to the anti-SJW position if people actually fall into the.
I don't think it's being eroded. I think you're taking like a few cases and assuming that this is the destined course, and I don't think it is. Like you're going to have outlier cases or people who may like overreact. That's just the nature of what happens.
Well, but the other problem is the outlier cases, as you call them, are also often the most visible cases. And again, because we are arguing from the not dominant position, we do kind of have to make sure each other fly right more than the SJWs do, because the tiniest fuck up on our side, and we get used to strawman everybody else. They have more leeway to fuck up because they have the powers that be on their side.
So normally I would agree wholeheartedly with that position, but you also have to keep in mind, that like the reality of people, when you see a situation happen, it's easy to come to that conclusion, and instead of just being like, oh, we're becoming the enemy, you can go, there are people who are fucking up, let's just make sure that we don't fuck up and fly right, instead of just assuming that we're becoming the thing we hate.
Yeah, but there are people who are becoming the thing we hate, and
Guys,
because they are often the more visible ones, they make the straw man that used to be thrown at us more real when they make
I
mistakes
mean,
like that.
like you're taking an example, you're taking like one or two examples and saying like this is look at all the things we've done. I don't know. I'm just not convinced that like one or two examples means that we are becoming the thing we hate. I just
And I'm looking at it as though I'm actually no, I'm not going to accuse you of minimizing the problem. I just think you haven't seen. I don't think you've
I mean, I
seen the
follow.
examples that I have
Bro,
seen.
I follow the same people you follow. I follow the same people you follow. Like, even if I didn't want to, I get inundated with tons of these fucking channels anyway. So, like, even if I wasn't, even if I didn't follow all the people you follow, like, they appear in my feed anyway, and I see their videos by virtue of the fact that the algorithm works by feeding you shit that you watched. Like, so I get videos from the Fourth Age. I'm not even subscribed to the Fourth Age, and I get his videos.
Hmm. I just have seen it as a much larger problem than I think you're describing it.
If I was, if so, I'm minimizing it because, as you said, you've seen. I'm guessing you've seen more than one example, so I'm going to say that you've seen a certain amount of examples, right?
Yeah.
You've presented, so look at it from my perspective. You've presented me with one example. Do you think that's a reasonable position? Do you think it's reasonable for me to just automatically side with your
No,
position
and
because
no,
you?
and that's fair. I'm just looking at it as you say and being like, well, obviously we both see the same shit, so how is he not seeing the videos that I've seen or the live streams that I've seen or examples like that I guess I'm as confused as you are for much the same reason of like I'm looking at it as though like I've seen dozens of examples and I've seen dozens of high profile examples. How has he not noticed this?
Well, like, okay, well, tell me about one of the other high-profile examples that you've seen.
Let's see. There were a lot of people, um, in the context of the MCU that were bitching about America Chavez, purely by virtue of her basically existing in the movie, rather than looking at how the character was handled. And and when people like me or Anglin pointed out to them that given how bad the character was in the comics, they did their best to fix her, very obviously. Um, they sort of stuck their fingers in their ears and went, well, they shouldn't have included the character at all. And it's like, okay,
I
okay,
saw
but if they fix the character, then what's the problem?
so I saw bitching about the character beforehand, and after the movie came and went, like no one, I really saw no one complain about it. Like the most complaints I saw about the character were that she contributed nothing to the plot, or she was just a MacGuffin. If you think that's an issue that people have that opinion, then I don't really know what to tell you.
and again, it's not that people have opinions like that, and it's not just that, but it's not that they have opinions like that. It's that they are either impervious to any other counter arguments, or they don't even bother to engage with anyone who has counter arguments, even if it's coming from another anti-SJW like me or Englentine.
Have you considered that maybe you just disagree with them on an issue? You can both look at something and go. You can both look at something and say, "I just don't agree." It's not
Okay,
always like it's not always something as, "Oh, you don't like this just because." Yeah, and there probably are some people who hate her for the pure sake that she's in the movie. But like, there are people that just hate that character that don't want them to be there, and those people are always going to exist.
Okay, but again, and this is why I have such an issue with it. If they make an attempt to fix the character and largely succeed, then why continue disliking the character? It's like people who bitched at Andrew Yang for attempt. I saw Amazing Atheist, for example, bitching at Andrew Yang because he was attempting to fix the problems with capitalism, and that's bad because we just need to get rid of capitalism. And I remember sitting there thinking, like, well, if they fix the problems with capitalism, then surely there's no need to get rid of it. Then at that point, like if they address the problem, then it's no longer a problem.
Sorry for raising my voice, but I would like to get through this article so we can move on to something more. So we can skip the other one and move on to the happy thing at the end, because I'll be honest, I am very tired and I do not want to fall asleep on stream.
Alrighty.
And I feel like if I let you guys continue, we're going to be here all night. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Fair enough.
Okay. And Wanda's envisions entire relationship. Okay, so because I was cut off before I could finish that sentence. Although these heroes are eventually dragged into the fight, it's not a decision any of them make lightly. The goal of these heroes is to protect those they care about. It's like an extravagant war movie that is removed from reality. I don't have anything to say to that.
I mean, yeah, I don't really have any issue with that particular section. Moving on.
As for the DCEU, the universe hasn't explored the complex relationships between people have with their loved ones, but are still meaningful relationships that give the DC superheroes their purpose. One thing should be clear: having children is not a requirement for any person to grow into a fully developed and complex adult.
In the defense of the DC universe, the DC universe is like one domino away from not existing half the time. So it's less of a they don't want to establish deeper character connections and stuff, and more of a just the MCU has had going on 30 movies and several shows. The DC universe proper has had 15, and most of those were failures that required course correction, because there's only like seven arguably good to great ones, and like three or four that I would consider meh, and then another 3 or 4 that I would consider inarguably bad and requiring course correction, and they have tried to course correct where possible. So in the case of DC, it's more of a just they don't have a universe stable enough to justify complex character development yet.
Anything to say, Krupp?
No, not really.
Okay.
Moving on.
All right. No, we're almost done. Okay. Sure, Marvel and DC are not the greatest at showing off the complex character development of all their characters, excluding WandaVision and Loki from this conversation.
The problem with WandaVision was the writers didn't realize what they were writing at the end, i.e., they were setting up a very solid villain origin story for Wanda in WandaVision, and then the writers, because they somehow managed to agree with Wanda, framed her as
know what you sacrificed.
Yeah, framed her as in the right, and then Michael Waldron and Sam Raimi went back and went, "Oh shit, no, she's not. What are you on?" And honestly, given the fact that the events of Multiverse of Madness are far more consistent with the actual events of WandaVision and also Wanda's character arc as a character in the MCU thus far, because that's the other thing. For as often as Wanda has been on the hero's side of conflicts, she's also just as often been on the villain side. And the main justification for why she was on the hero side when she was on the hero side was very, very narcissistic and self-motivated. So it's not like Wanda had this excellent moral compass as a character before then. It's just that the Darkhold was like the devil on her shoulder or the voice whispering in her ear that ended up pushing her over the edge.
I never
And given
WandaVision.
go ahead. Sorry.
I've just never seen WandaVision. I know what happens, but
It's a good show with a terrible ending because they didn't have any idea how to end it properly.
I didn't care for it. It turned me off. I thought the premise was hokey, and I just didn't care. And like the more I heard about it, the more I just didn't like it.
I mean, like I say, I liked everything up until episode 9 because they were building up a lot of Easter eggs to the larger Marvel universe, particularly the Marvel cosmic/magical universe with
I know,
characters like Mephisto. And then they decided that instead of actually making good on any of those Easter eggs, they were going to shit all over them and make it literally a boner joke.
and like I said, I just thought the movie itself just didn't like the show itself just didn't appeal to me. I saw some episodes with also with a mutual acquaintance of ours called Ozzy Chris, and it just didn't fit. It just didn't appeal to me.
Yeah, looking back on it, there's only one genuinely good episode that isn't reliant on build up for later. And that's episode 8, where Agatha Harkness basically plays Ghost of Christmas Past to Wanda and essentially helps her realize how badly she fucked up. And then everything, all the promise that was built up in episode 8 was completely undone. And not just episode 8, but the entire previous show was undone by episode 9, wherein they basically turned to the camera and went, "You know all those fun Mephisto and Marvel mystical Easter eggs we made? Yeah, they mean nothing. It was just a boner joke." And instead of letting Wanda's own villain origin story play out like it should have, as I previously mentioned, the writers insisted on making her in the right, and that ultimately confused the fuck out of the fan base because you had a bunch of people saying, "Why are you framing her as the hero when she's very obviously a villain?" And then you had another bunch of people who uncritically absorbed the fact that she was framed as a hero in the finale, and then were confused when she was framed as a villain again come Multiverse Madness.
Probably because she's a woman, just to be honest with you.
Well, woman and also traumatized and also grieving, and it was a whole sort of intellectual cavalcade of fuck ups.
Anyway.
Yeah, moving on.
Also, I didn't care for Loki, I'll be honest.
You didn't care for You didn't care for what?
Loki.
Nor did I.
Yeah,
Loki was a complete and utter waste of time.
My issue with it is that it was short. It was like trying to fit like a legit whole TV season in like how many episodes was it? Like 6?
6.
Yeah. And don't get me wrong, you could do a series. It's just like a series with 6 episodes. You just gotta be really concise and strict with it, or not strict.
Like Loki had almost the opposite problem of WandaVision for me, in that WandaVision had a lot of really good, interesting potential built up in its first 8 episodes, and then it completely shit all over them in the last episode. And Loki had the opposite problem, where literally nothing happened until episode 6. And what happened in episode 6 would have been interesting had I not just sat through 5 episodes of nothing and or annoyance.
The only one that that was the most inoffensively bland that I remember was Kamala Khan.
Miss Marvel.
Yeah, Ms. Marvel.
And that whole thing got beaten to hell with the fact that they decided to make her a mutant, having just established that she was a djinn, and now apparently there's a difference between regular Jin and mutant Jins. Never mind that we haven't established mutants up until this point, and we literally just established Jin, and we're already thinking of exceptions to the rule of Jin. So that whole thing was a clusterfuck, and the whole making it a commentary on like apartheid in India or whatever the fuck was also annoying.
Fucking the race shit, just like the racist, the unnecessary addition of the racist cop or whatever annoyed me. Or what do you call yourselves, Latin X now, or some shit?
Like I swear to fuck it. Like
That
again,
made my skin cringe.
we've said this before, but there's already a positive or a feminine, a masculine, and a neutral in Hispanic language, and in fact in all Romance languages. So if you want to drop the gender signifier from Latino or Latina, the word you are looking for is simply Latin. No X, no extraneous other modifier, just Latin.
It just sounds so clunky.
What, like, literally, that, when I heard that, my skin sloughed off. Like, holy shit.
Anyway.
Corrupt is reporting from the inside of a skeleton now. His skin just peeled off.
But they offered decent character development that was engaging for audiences of all ages. You know what? I will argue for the early MCU stuff and the individual DC stuff, recently at least. Sorry, no, please.
No, go ahead.
No, I think that was it. I was just saying for no real reason.
Anyway, moving forward again.
I didn't expect many movies from the superhero genre to explore the complex relationship and morality of characters like Cameron would like them to. No, I don't expect many movies from the superhero genre to explore the complex relationship and morality of characters like Cameron would like them to. It'd be nice, sure, but I won't hold my breath until it happens. And when it does happen, I'm surprised and often moved to a tear or two.
Again, several of them already do, and this is exactly what I was pointing out earlier. It's not that they have a difference of opinion, it's that when you point at countervailing evidence to what they claim, they just pretend it doesn't exist, and it becomes infuriating.
Basically, you're looking at people. Basically, you're looking at people who have a fairly low opinion of this type of media anyway. Like I bet Cameron would probably like define the superhero genre as just popcorn. It's just
I was calling back to our argument from earlier more so.
Right,
I know James Cameron is too far gone. When you said don't you think they might just disagree, the thing I was calling back to was that's my problem is it's not that they just disagree, it's that when you offer them a way to be less outraged or less enraged by something, they actively refuse to take it rather than.
I mean, here's my issue with that, right? So here's my argument for that, right? Like, I'm not gonna deny that you probably didn't argue with that you didn't run into thickheads and shit. I'm sure there are people who are fucking retarded, but you're talking about a whole group of people that probably have various issues and they all have their various hangups and shit. And this isn't this whatever you want to call the anti-woke whatever side of the equivalent of the coin and shit. We're on teams only loosely. People have different opinions and will argue with each other about shit. Sometimes yeah, you're right. Sometimes people do say stupid fucking shit. Yellow Flash has said stupid shit. And remember, Yellow Flash was basically the whipping boy of a lot of different groups of people.
Yeah, I'll always have a soft spot for Yellow Flash because he was the first person I ever had YouTube beef with, and also he made the oblivious comment of calling me a dick sucker as a criticism once, and I just laughed myself silly because it's
Exactly,
like
and then
are
you
you
also
accusing me of getting laid, sir?
you also have to keep in mind too that like EVS is his own like little sector. Like we're not all like on one giant team. We're all going to have like differences of opinion. The thing we probably all agree on is that we don't like woke shit. Some
Yeah.
of us are going to say we like, some of us are going to be wrong about certain things.
And but that's my point. I'm not disparaging the entire like anti SJW side, for I am still an anti SJW. I'm criticizing a specific sector of the anti SJW side that appears to have honestly gotten a little bit too punch drunk in the middle of the culture war trenches, i.e., to the point that they no longer seem to make distinctions that they previously did make, and it ends up making them seem much more addicted to anger and less addicted to arguments when their angry ranting angry ranting diatribes can be countered by one single good argument, and they don't take it.
And like here's my like okay, so like I can agree with that if you're talking about like different sectors being like quote unquote problematic. I hate that word. But like I would also say that like some when it comes to cases like Kamala Khan or Riri Williams and shit, even even if like Feige wants to like shaves up tries to make those characters as possibly inoffensive as they can, some people aren't just gonna like them. Like I mean
I will have to agree with Corrupt on that. Like there will always be negative baggage with those characters.
I
yeah,
know, which is why I refer to this particular set of anti woke culture as the black pills, because it really does seem like they're not even out to oppose wokeness anymore so much as they are literally just to be upset for whatever reason they can justify themselves
I
to be
mean I
upset.
don't think it is. It's like sometimes I fundamentally like, and some people like. I fundamentally don't like the fact that Riri Williams is supposed to like is basically portrayed as like this super smart girl who's like ultra awesome and who's supposed to be like the Tony Stark standing. Like everything about the character, I hate. And that some of that was put into the movie. So yeah, I'm going to hate her, even if you think she's inoffensive, because of the way her character works. I don't like America Chavez. She was basically just a plot device and had no personality. She's fine, but like the way Riri Williams is like, she's basically supposed to be like black gender swapped Tony Stark.
Well, the problem there is it's not even a wokeness or anti wokeness thing. It's just you shouldn't try to replace Tony Stark in the same way as I would argue the many attempts to replace Captain America are just dumb, because especially in cases where the alleged replacement isn't even required to take the super soldier serum, because that's sort of it'd be like a replacement for Thor where the hammer didn't even need to be like magic for them to
Just
be
a
considered
hammer,
Thor.
basically.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's literally like if MC Hammer stand-in character became Thor and his hammer wasn't magic, but he still was called Thor. That's kind of how I feel whenever they do a new version of Captain America that isn't even required to take the serum. It's like, number one, Steve Rogers was Captain America because of his personal like personality and character, and two, if you're going to pass it on as a mantle, then presumably the people who hold the mantle should still have to do the same shit, or at least something equivalent to that shit.
so yeah,
Anyway,
like I said, I do respect where you're coming from, and I can understand you. All right, Dalton's back.
Yes.
Okay, so Dalton, I want to say this. I do understand and respect where you're coming from in regards to your fear that you don't about like staring into the abyss. I mean, Yellow Flash has always been a dipshit. He like I don't have
yeah,
like
I mean he's always going. My issue isn't so much with people like him who are essentially just too far gone to begin with.
I mean,
My issue is
I think he's just kind of an angry dipshit,
yeah,
basically.
and for he has always been, so there's no point in getting riled by him. My issue is when I see people who were otherwise rational, like Gary from Neurotic or Mahler trending that way, and I go, hold up, guys, you may have lost your axis here a little bit. Like you may have lost the
I can understand that, but I don't think Gary and Mahler are necessarily trending that direction. Like if Gary's wrong on some details about the about fucking multiverse of madness, like bad on him, but I don't see that as necessarily becoming like anti woke Anita Sarkeesian. It's just
well,
it's
no,
just
not that bad, but I just it's sort of a if these shadows remain unaltered sort of thing because it's not just Multiverse of Madness, it's also like um it's also like Shang-Chi or I'm not gonna defend Eternals because Eternals was just genuinely the worst thing the MCU has ever made. But that's not. I see him returning to a lot of the same wells, and a lot of those same wells involve. I care more about finding something to be angry with than I do about paying attention to the in-universe logic I'm being presented with.
I don't think so. Like you can even if like the movie has like in universe logic, you can still dislike the way something was written or handled in the universe.
Yeah, but they never actually address that aspect. Um, it especially on things like EFAP. EFAP is something where I see this. What I think it essentially is partially as I mentioned earlier, being punch drunk, being in the culture war trenches for too long, and not being able to get a breather. The other thing is confirmation bias because I see this happen a lot more when there's like 4 or 5 of them on a stream together, and then they just essentially big up each other to such a point that they start like making extreme or extravagant claims that aren't in any way justifiable.
Again, like hit me up with some links that you've like seen because because honestly, it's like the biggest example of what I'm talking about is like House of Dragons. Everyone shit on House of Dragons. Like Gary still had issues with House of Dragons, but then he was like, "Damn, this is
And then they change their mind. I
but
like I say, I'm not saying it happens all the time, but I see it
hear me out.
happening more
Wait.
often than
Before you go on that, right? The whole premise of your argument is basically you're becoming monsters. That was the
yeah,
whole premise of your entire argument. If
yes, and I
if they're basically doing a 180 and being like, "Whoa, this is actually a good fucking show. You should watch it. I like it. I have issues with it." That's like the biggest kind. That's the biggest kind of like.
but
I think you need to take more stock
it's it's a ratio thing. The the House of the Dragons or Elite of Battle Angels are happening much less than they used to, and it's becoming I think it's becoming harder for them to make those exceptions.
I don't
Um,
think so because look at Black Adam. Black Adam had like race swaps out the wazoo. Gary's only fucking real issue with it was that he just thought it was a mid movie.
yeah, but they but there really wasn't a wokeness angle on that apart from maybe some of the casting.
But then the issue is that they don't like wokeness though. Like this is my issue. It's like I feel like you
Okay.
have a feeling. This is my thing. This is my issue. You have a feeling, and I think your feeling is overriding everything about your argument. That is how I honestly feel that you're putting more stock into your feelings than the actual argument and giving a fair shot to the people that
I
you're arguing against.
I I disagree, and I would throw that right back at you. But
That's fair. Like you can do that, and we probably are to some degree, but
Okay,
that's how I feel.
again, I think it's a selection thing. We just haven't seen the same shit, and so we're both making friends out of the shit we've seen rather than the shit we haven't seen. And then
Like if you want to throw something at me, go ahead.
guys,
yeah. Anyway, moving on to the presumably good thing.
yeah, I'm sorry. It's just like if you guys want to have this conversation somewhere else, that's fine. It's just like time constraint and also.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie.
Although I honestly prefer conversations like this be on stream so that we don't get tarred with the "you're all a hive mind, you guys never disagree with each other" brush, because I hate that shit.
Fair. So yeah, this is Guillermo del Toro's Pinocchio, this trailer from Netflix.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
I mean, it's Guillermo del Toro. I'll watch anything he puts out pretty much.
I still haven't finished watching Troll Hunters.
Shame.
Shut up.
I mean, I know you don't have Netflix, but still, shame. Anyway, moving on.
Yeah, I don't have anything to really say at this point. So yeah, Banana. I was expecting you to say something witty, corrupt.
Oh, damn it.
No.
Yeah. Anyway, Banana.
I want to tell you a story. It's a story you may think you know, but you don't. Over there! What is that? Papa! It speaks! He's just a puppet. No, I'm not.
I dig I just dig the art style, really.
You're just a puppet. No, I'm not. I'm a real boy. Look at my boner.
Shut the fuck up, Craig.
I really didn't need my memories of Pinocchio forever tarnished with that meme, but
Yeah.
Okay.
Why do you do these things, Corrupt?
Also, Corrupt, you might get canceled for that because you just assumed that what makes someone a real boy is their genitalia.
Exactly. I misgendered Pinocchio.
But
oh God, they're gonna do that now. You know, some feminist director somewhere is gonna make a version of Pinocchio where everyone just assumes that he's a male puppet and he's gonna identify as female.
Oh my God!
I hate the world in which we currently find. They're gonna do that now.
Pinocchio's gonna be a they them.
Oh God!
I'm gonna fucking strangle someone if they do that.
I will be right there. I'll be fucking summoning up the night horde when they do that, because that is officially like, nope, the human race was a mistake. We are a failed experiment.
No
levels of criteria.
We're not doing that.
Oh, you always try to keep me from raising up the denizens of hell and genociding humanity. What is it? What is it with you and not letting me genocide humanity every time I get upset? I'm being satirical of myself there.
I like how Dalton has to reassure the world that I will not, in fact, kill you with monsters from beyond the grave.
No, I will. It's just that I was semi sarcastically playing the fool and being like, why won't you just let me genocide all of humanity? God.
But I was gonna say something. I really like stop motion animation. I'm fully aware of how like incredibly difficult it is because I was actually doing when I was in high school. I did a project for a class I was in of filmmaking that I had to try to do stop motion. It was incredibly difficult. Although I didn't use like the things they have here, which I believe is incredibly more difficult. It was just like take pictures of like moving objects on the table. So I understand the effort that is put in to make such amazing things because I don't know. There's just this real art to stop motion that I really like. That I feel is
Yeah.
kind of lost these days.
hmm I mean, again, it is Guillermo del Toro. He's basically grown up Tim Burton. So it was kind of inevitable he would eventually make a stop motion movie.
Grown up Tim Burton. I like that.
You know what? That actually makes sense.
Yeah, and I'm speaking with some level of experience there because when I was a teenager, I absolutely adored Tim Burton. And then, of course, Tim Burton became old and lost a lot of his talent, it seems.
Jesus.
And then I sort of found the same things I liked in Tim Burton done better in Guillermo del Toro stuff.
There's this meme from Toy Story 4, and it's basically where Woody is being thrown away by the little girl. Like, she has like two toys. She has like Sally the deputy and Woody the sheriff, and then she throws away Woody and goes, "I don't want to play with you anymore," and she keeps Sally, and that's essentially what's happened with Dalton. He just throws away Tim Burton and goes, "I don't want to play with you anymore."
Well, it's not that I don't want to play with Tim Burton anymore. It's that I will play with you. It's that I will play with you, Tim, when you actually give me a reason to, and you haven't ever since. I would say the last movie of his that I liked, like as massively as I used to, was Frankenweenie, which I think came out before Alice in Wonderland, which I think is when the downward spiral started to happen with Tim. Because honestly, that should have been a complete layup for Tim Burton to adapt Alice in Wonderland, and instead he just made it this dry, boring, dull thing. And of all the things you could make Alice in Wonderland, dry, boring, and dull, as directed by Tim Burton, is just not. It's not what anyone wanted from
It just
Tim
sort of
Burton's
looked
Alice
like
in Wonderland.
it sort of looked like goth Alice in Wonderland, basically. Like
I know
everything
part of
was
the kind of
black.
thing. Sorry, I'm sorry. Like, kind of just going off like what you said, corrupt with Goth, Alice in Wonderland, and stuff.
It's just American McGee's Alice. God, I really want a movie out of American McGee's
Dude.
Alice.
Like, I've looked into that. I haven't played it because it's kind of before my time.
Like, okay, you might like Alice Madness Returns.
Yeah,
Because, like,
I've seen playthroughs of that, and I've
Okay.
watched stuff. It's super cool. Like, I love just the aesthetic of it and like the story. It's really cool. But just imagine like Tim Burton, like kind of at his height, taking an adaptation of that.
oh, that would be fucking insane.
Yeah, because obviously, like that American McGee's Alice series, it clearly has a lot of inspiration from.
Wasn't Monkey Bone a Tim Burton movie? I feel like Monkey Bone was a Tim Burton movie.
Monkey Bone. Why does that sound familiar?
So Monkey Bone was a movie about wasn't it about like a the evil cart, like it had Whoopi Goldberg in it, didn't it? And she was like Death, I think.
Did it have Brendan Fraser?
Yes,
Yes.
it did.
Okay, I think I know what you're talking about. It took me a minute to remember.
The other thing that I've recently realized, looking back, a lot of the movies that I associate with Tim Burton being good were actually Henry Selick movies. Like, for example, Nightmare Before Christmas. While it had Tim Burton's name on the title and it was based on a poem that he wrote, most of the actual work for Nightmare was done by Henry Selick. Same thing with Coraline and I think also Paranorman.
Ironically, the first movie I guess I watched of Tim Burton's was what was the 19? No, it was Batman Returns. But I would say
I love Tim Burton's Batman. That's one of the reasons why I feel sort of bad for Tim Burton. I think what happened is he just got old, and he lost that sort of maverick Spitfire nature he used to have. Kind of like what happened to Neil Gaiman, although arguably on a lesser extent, because I still will occasionally catch a really good Tim Burton movie, like Big Eyes was one of the
Ugh.
last ones that I kind of liked, and even then it was less likable than a lot of his better movies.
I'm sorry. I think my favorite one is Corpse Bride.
I never got a chance to watch Corpse Bride, but it looked interesting.
It was fun. It was a fun movie. Which is weird because it's about death a lot. Um,
Oh yeah, that's not your thing, is it?
well, no, it's just to be fair, I've lived with death my entire life, so
Uh-huh.
Oh, that's fair.
that sounded incredibly edgy.
We know, Brainstormer. You're a Captain America-esque cinnamon roll, but with like a Batman-style backstory. This is established.
I've lived with death my entire life.
Well, yeah, I just had a lot of close calls. Like I was gotten hit by a car, was in a car crash, almost
Mauled by a dog.
Oh
dog
my god.
3.
Oh, okay. Wait. We can exchange war stories. I went head first through a windshield when I was 10, 7, not 7. It was 10, 11. I got hit by a car, not twice, once I think.
Yeah, I've
Like,
actually seen someone get hit by a car or
say that
clipped.
again.
I've seen someone get hit by a car, like they were clipped by one. Because this was like middle school.
Yeah.
Some dumbass kids were basically playing Frogger, like real life Frogger.
Oh, I remember this story.
I think you told me this, and then one of them got hit, right?
Clipped by like the driver's side of the window.
Let me see. Let's see. I was stupidly in the walking in the road, and then I just like got hit by a car that like stopped. So the car was heading in my direction, and then like it. I think they either slowed down just enough to where it didn't fucking kill me, but something happened, and I rolled over the hood of the car.
Well, a lot of things that happened to me, like car crash, I was single digits. Dog mauling was a couple years later.
You got mauled by a dog?
3, actually.
How many? Well, I'm sorry, I'm fucking retarded. How many times did it happen? Like 3 different times, or like
No,
three
no,
dogs?
no. Same time. 3 dogs. Basically tore my legs. I had to have staples put in my legs after.
Oh Jesus!
It was a
How,
bitch having those pulled out because they did not put me under. I was like, what was it, 6?
oh my god, that's horrible. That reminds me of so I have this scar next to my eye because for some reason I fell when I was a little kid. Like my the side of my eye fell onto the sharp end of the bed railing that sticks out.
I don't really have that. I have like
All
one.
right, Dalton.
Yeah.
You're Amish. You know what a bed. You know the sharp end of the bed railing.
Okay, first of all, fuck you, but yes, I know what you mean.
Okay, I fell on that face first.
Out.
Went
I know what you're talking about. I don't have it personally.
all right. Like the sharp end. I don't know what happened. I guess it went. It cut some part along my eye or something, but I had to have like staples in. It was fucking horrible. Like I don't remember it, thankfully, but.
Although one of the worst ones was when I was in high school, and I'm not a footballer, by the way. We were just playing. Football in gym class, right? Like flag football or something.
Yeah.
And basically, this big dude, like upperclassman. I think I'm like a fucking junior. No, I'm a sophomore at this point. This big dude, like, just fucking tackles me when I'm trying to throw a ball, and I think I'm on the ground for like a good minute. And here's the worst part: we didn't have helmets on.
Oh shit.
Yeah, no, gym classes almost never actually make you wear helmets when you do shit like that, which has always baffled me. I'm like,
Like, just
in any other context, we would be wearing special gear to do this. What the fuck?
Yeah.
like, here's the thing. Like I see him coming, and then like just blink, and I'm looking up at the sky.
Flattened. Yeah.
Oh, that was awful. I don't even remember like my head going through the windshield. It just happened.
I remember this one time in elementary school. I think I might have told this story before, but I'll tell it again because we're comparing war stories, as Corrupt said. So I was sitting in the elementary school cafeteria, and of course, as everyone knows, I have a physical disability. So normally, what would happen whenever lunch period would be over is I would give my tray to one of my friends, and they would take it up to me so it could be washed for me, and it could be washed and everything. So I give my friend my lunch tray, and she takes it up for me. And then the janitor apparently didn't realize that I was sitting at this table. And mind you, these are like the long tables.
The ones that kind of push up when like to get rid of them, like folding tables, right?
Yeah. And they were the ones that the seat was hooked to the actual table.
Yeah.
And our elementary school cafeteria was literally like the other side of the room of the gym. So it had these hard rubber floors that had concrete underneath them. But the janitor didn't see me sitting there, so he pulls up the middle of the table, and I'm sitting like on the end of the table. And I literally just go flat onto this hard rubber and concrete floor. And I bruised my tailbone.
I just remembered the time I broke my nose during a field trip.
Okay, so I was a stupid little kid, right?
Mm.
Which explains why I'm such a stupid adult. Anyway, so I saw Popeye the Sailor Man once, right? And I saw Bluto like rub his finger along the end of like a really sharp blade, the blade of a sword, right? He
You
ran
So
guys-
were you watching cartoons, or were you watching the movie that had
I was
Robin
watching
Williams as Popeye?
cartoons. I didn't know that
Okay.
happened I didn't know that happened in the movie. Holy shit! But
Yeah,
like,
no, they had a Popeye movie that Robin Williams starred as Popeye in.
I mean, I know he started as Popeye, but I didn't know he did the finger blade thing too in that movie.
Uh-huh.
But like anyway, I was watching the cartoon, and there was like this really sharp, jagged. I think it was a blade with like an orange handle, and I tried to imitate what I saw on the cartoon.
Oh, so you are the one to blame for all the TradCon Helen Lovejoy is going, well, somebody please think of it. You are the
Yeah.
one like counterexample that disproves the rule that people don't do that.
Yes.
You cut.
So
cut
it's your fault. It's your fault. Corrupt.
I did a lot.
Partially, at least. It's partially your fault.
I
did.
killed.
Oh, go ahead, Brainstormer.
Sorry, that's just like that image. Oh,
Yeah, it was not pleasant. I did a lot of things as a child that were like incredibly dangerous and were stupid.
Corrupt is literally what Ralph would go, I'm in danger.
Like I am the danger.
the worst thing that I ever did growing up, besides like the accidents,
Yes.
obviously, which I will admit the dog thing was kind of on me. Because I was kind of the context is I didn't know that someone new had moved into a house that I had friends at. I didn't know that because again I'm like 6 years old,
Yeah.
and so
You go over to see your friend who was also a neighbor, and then dogs.
yeah, pretty much.
Mhm.
So I think they kind of mistook me for an intruder, which honestly I don't blame. I mean, still kind of fucked up that they,
I mean, they released the hounds on a 6-year-old, which is
No.
a little bit.
I mean the dogs themselves, not the owner, because the owner wasn't technically there.
Maybe
Oh, okay.
maybe
I was almost like, oh, you're
maybe
telling me that the owners of the dogs were like, oh, he must be an intruder. 6 dogs on 6-year-olds.
maybe they were in the food for Mexican. Maybe they were in the mood for Mexican that night. You
Oh,
That's-
nay.
That's fucked up, man. Because I legitimately could have died.
know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That was pretty fucked up.
On the plus side, at least yours healed.
I mean, I have a weird like twitch in my legs sometimes, which I think is from the scars,
Uh-huh.
but that's pretty rare. It's like that time where it's kind of like the same thing with like you know how like when you're asleep sometimes and your body tries to like wake itself up by like trying to kick you.
Yeah, jolts you awake.
Yeah. Kind of like that, but when I'm
Again, not to play Oppression Olympics here or anything, but at least yours is temporary when it
Dalton
happens.
forever.
Like I know literally what you're talking about, because ever since I could remember, I've had what's called clonus, in my legs, where sometimes my legs would just randomly like spasm out of nowhere. My mom used to call it thumper because because she and I were watching Bambi once, and she thought that Thumper thumping his leg resembled what my legs do when they're shaky.
right.
Um, but yeah, my legs still occasionally do that all the time, and it's funny. I don't know if it's my brain forcing my brain to pay more attention thing, but when that happens, I'll usually just slap my leg and it'll stop.
I think that's also the reason why I can't really sit down for long periods of time. Well, that and also just standard falling asleep stuff.
Uh-huh. But again, at least you can remedy yours. My legs are permanently in a semi-asleep mode. Anyway,
Yes. Woe is you.
well, I mean sometimes.
Yeah.
Anyway, banana.
Dalton is king of the marginalized people here. He's gay and disabled.
Also,
Yeah, and also kind of a witch. Which,
That's true. He's a religious minority too.
yeah, so
he's the witch queen from fucking what's a gay capital?
What's a gay capital?
I mean, you could say Portland, but if you said Portland, I would have to unfriend you from this point forward because I will not be associated with Portland.
I was gonna say like South LA or something, but I don't know.
What
Yeah,
about-
I'm on the East Coast. The closest
Oh
you could
my
get away
god!
with is New
See
York.
Dalton in a pride parade with like a fucking rainbow wheelchair and shit.
Okay, first of all, I use a walker. Second of all, I'm not a fan of pride parades. So fuck you.
I could totally see you in some assless chaps, bro.
Oh God.
And Corrupt has officially earned a boot to the head for making us ever think of that ever again. I
Fucking
swear to God, Corrupt, why do you do this?
banana.
Banana.
Fuck.
No.
I'm a real boy.
People are sometimes afraid of things they don't know.
God, Pinocchio is nightmare fuel.
Ah, we have found him. Our son.
Pause for 1 second. Okay. On that, could you imagine if like the mood of this trailer would be so different if you replaced the happy music with like horror music and shit?
Yeah, with like a Friday the 13th soundtrack.
Exactly, yeah, and you just like dimmed it and had it move in slow and had Pinocchio move in slow motion. Like, how much more terrifying Pinocchio?
Jarring, yeah, it could be.
Well, I mean, it's Guillermo del Toro, so it's always gonna look kind of terrifying. But when you said that, I was picturing the Meat Canyon Pinocchio video. If you guys have seen that.
No, there's a Meat Canyon Pinocchio video.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'll pull it up later if you guys want.
sure.
It's it's fucked, which is Meat Canyon. So
Mm-hmm. Anyway, I think we can confirm that this will unironically be the best Pinocchio of the year, given
Yes.
that there are two other ones and neither of them was very good.
yeah, I just love the
It's weird that three Pinocchios came out in one year.
Also, I want to ask, like, anyone else getting like paranorman vibes from all this?
Yeah.
I've never
I can
watched
definitely see.
Paranorman, so I don't even know what those was. I've never
Oh,
watched.
corrupt! You totally have to watch. You totally have to watch Paranorman. It's a really good movie.
It's
There's also a gay character in it.
Hey,
And
look, we're represented.
I mean, and they don't make him at any way like social justice or stereotypical.
this was kind of, it was made kind of really
2012.
Yeah, so just before all that shit happened. So
Yeah, and the voice actor was not Greg Sykes. It's Casey Affleck.
you know what, Robert?
So wait, before we go any further, Dalton, I have something to say to you before we go any further. I'm sorry for my earlier comment when I said I believe your emotions are overriding your argument. That was out of line. I apologize for that.
No offense taken. I mean, in the heat of the moment, I was a little annoyed at you, but it's whatever.
All right. We cool?
Yep.
All right.
Anyway, banana.
Panic.
No.
You and call your name Pinocchio. I have something I'd like to give you. It is a school book which belonged to a very special boy.
The boy you lost.
I can be like your boy again. Give me your flesh.
Yeah, it does almost make me think of the Billy and Mandy episode with Pinocchio in it. The I'll become a real boy if I eat your flesh version of Pinocchio.
I don't think I ever saw that.
That
You
sounds awesome.
you never saw the Billy and Mandy episode with Pinocchio in it?
No. Really?
Yeah,
Oh my God.
remember that. Like, if I eat your flesh, I'll become a real boy.
Really, I remember the weirdest thing is because I saw them more than I saw the actual show. The specials of Billy and Mandy, like the Vampire Santa one, the
Jacked Up Halloween.
Wrath of the Spider Queen,
Mhm.
Underfist. God, I loved Underfist.
There was an episode where Billy was an insomniac because he ate a bunch of obviously not Little Debbie but so Little Debbie cakes. I think they were called Atomic Frenzy cakes in the show, and he ate like 18 and a half of them. So he called Mandy and Grimm and forced them to tell him stories, until he went to bed. And Grimm, of course, pulls out a supernatural storybook that makes them part of the stories. And rather than keep to the Hansel and Gretel story that Grimm started telling with them, Billy wandered off and made friends with Pinocchio. And because Grimm wasn't in the process of telling the Pinocchio story, the Hansel and Gretel story kind of got warped onto the Pinocchio story. So instead of the witch from Hansel and Gretel trying to cook them, it was Pinocchio trying to cook them so that he could eat their flesh and become a real boy. Because apparently when the storyteller isn't telling the story, the characters can just live their own lives in this particular supernatural story. But it was a really cool episode.
Cool.
Eat your flesh, I'll become a real boy.
I am still also trying to figure out how the fuck Irwin exists. Just because, like, his dad is half vampire and his mom.
And his mom's a mummy, right?
Yeah, the half Dom Pierre, half mummy.
It's funny.
The real question is, how the fuck did he wind up being this like mousy little nerd character when he's half Dhampir and half Mummy.
Yeah,
Well,
he has like a
Although, I
fuck ton
mean,
of
to be
power,
fair,
doesn't he?
Nurgle Jr. is also, but then again, Nurgle Jr. also chooses to look like that because he can hypothetically look like anything.
I think in the case of Erwin, that's just naturally how he looks like, just this mousy little nerd.
well, to
But
be
if
fair,
he
he
wants
had
to,
an
he
older
can
brother.
summon his
Remember,
powers. Go
Hmm?
ahead. Sorry
he
about
had
that,
an
Brent.
older brother. If you guys remember the Father Time episode,
Okay, wait.
Oh
say that.
yeah.
who was basically like a jock. And then he erased his brother from existence.
Oh, that's right. That's why he never made an appearance again. Was the whole temporal shenanigans, which does bring up the question of how the fuck did any of the other ones survive?
Yeah.
But although that also reminds me of the episode where Mandy gets convinced to enter a beauty pageant because she's feeling insecure, and she ends up smiling and destroying the laws of nature because Mandy is not meant to smile. And then Grim, Billy, and Mandy are transplanted into the Powerpuff Girls universe. And when they get a chance to fly away, they just go, "Okay, so we keep flying. We never head back. We never talk about this again." Agreed. Yep. I think that was at one point meant to be the season finale, but they got ordered to do more episodes.
I will say one thing I am disappointed about, and that's the Meat King and parody of Pinocchio in the private chat, by the way. But like, there is one thing I'm kind of disappointed in, and that's the fact that like I preferred Mandy in the first season to how she later became. I like the fact that while she was like mean, she wasn't purely evil. She was more of a dark gray character, and
She
then they
she
just
she
kind
she
of
was a hyper intelligent character and the sort of goth type character, but she wasn't Devil
evil.
Child. Yeah.
Yeah, she wasn't just straight evil, and then they just made her evil because that was the time they wanted to tone down the show. So in toning down the show, they're just like, "Oh, we'll just make Mandy evil," and I'm like, "Well, you kind of get rid of the nuance to her character if you just make her flat out evil."
Yeah, the same thing kind of happened with Billy in terms of like flanderization. Like in the early seasons, he was like a plausible amount. It was kind of the Patrick Star syndrome of he was a plausible kind of stupid, where his stupidity often came from like looking at things differently than other people and
Yeah,
actually being somewhat intelligent. Whereas in the latter seasons, he was literally so stupid that he couldn't tie his own shoes if and would repeatedly like run into a wall if he tried to tie his own shoes or something.
it's kind of like how they turned Grimm from basically being sort of like Mandy and to just basically a clone of Billy.
Yeah, that I did like what they did with General Scar though. Although that was one thing I do have some regrets for with regards to Billy and Mandy is that I think the show would have been better ultimately if Grim and Evil had still happened, i.e. if they still split the time between Hector Concarne and company and um and Grim and Billy and Mandy. Because
Okay,
I think part of the reason why the transition went badly was because before it was two casts of characters. There was the folks in Hector Concarne's gang, and then there was Billy, Grim, and Mandy and their characters. I think if they had kept it split between those two and maintained kind of the sketch format, it would have been better. But
yeah.
no, don't get me wrong. Billy and Mandy was still an awesome show, and I did like that they occasionally did mention like Hector or General Scar or something. Although I really did like the idea of General Scar retiring to the suburbs and then being tortured by Billy and Mandy. Like that whole thing did make it. It kind of turned General Scar into a darker version of Squidward, and I and I
Oh,
always
it did.
and I always kind of related to Squidward anyway, so it made sense to me.
Um,
Alright, so
so
I guess that makes Brainstormer. Are you SpongeBob?
no,
Who would this is actually an interesting question with regards to with regards to Brainstormer because I'm somewhere between Squidward and Plankton. So Brainstormer. I don't know who you would be in terms of in terms of like the SpongeBob cast.
All right. Well, who am I then?
Who are you? Who are you in the context of SpongeBob? I'm trying to think of like some minor characters because I don't think any of us are stupid enough to be Patrick or like naive enough to be SpongeBob. So I'm trying to think of the other characters.
Mr. Krabs.
None of us is greedy, except for maybe me, and I'm already Squidward or Plankton.
I'm pretty greedy. I'd probably say that I'm like between Mr. Krabs and Plankton, probably.
I find it funny that the one we have in common is Plankton. That probably says bad things about us, but fuck it.
It really does, yeah.
Um,
I'd say I'm probably no. You know what? I know who I have a better example for me. I'm in between Plankton and the evil ghost in the evil ghost pirate.
The
Dutch.
Flying Dutchman.
Say that again, Dalton.
The Flying Dutchman is the one you're
Yeah,
thinking
the
of.
Flying Dutchman. Yeah. Yeah, Scar was a general. He was. God, I feel so old. Scar was a general. He was the general for evil Concar. Was it? Was it? Wasn't he like? What was his name? Concarne.
Yeah, Hector Concarne was the main
Hector Concarne. He was like.
character in Evil Concarne or Grim and Evil.
He was like this incredibly like sexy, powerful supervillain, but he was like oblivious and kind of stupid. So
Well,
like
that and his body was destroyed by an attack from some commandos, but the evil scientist that worked for him, Dr. Ghastly, had a crush on him, so she managed to save his brain and stomach and attach them to a bear, and that was the backstory of Hector Concarne. Where Scar was this general who was also weirdly kind of, by virtue of the dynamics of the show, was also kind of middle management, and so he spent his days like resenting working for a former evil genius who was like attached to a bear, and he always hated that he played second fiddle to Hector and always wanted to like take over the world himself instead of letting Hector do it.
Right.
And then he retired and went to the suburbs and became obsessed with gardening and baking.
what happened to Hector then when he retired?
I think he is still trying to do the whole take over the world business, because the only time we see him after the show split was in the interdimensional duck spirit episode, the one that made fart noises for everyone and basically got everyone into trouble. And in the course of everyone in the cast being jammed in the cell because the duck got them in trouble, Hector Concarne shows up long enough to go, "I'm not even on this stupid show anymore. How did I get in here?" Because meta.
Also, one of the cool things about Billy Mandy is it introduced me to Voltaire.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It was the introduction for I think our entire generations to Aurelio Voltaire.
To be fair, I first heard him when they did the movie Billy and Mandy's
Big Boogie Adventure.
Yeah.
Was the movie. The Horror's Hand song, otherwise known as Land of the Dead. I remember first hearing him in the Meteorite Brain Sucker Alien episode.
Yeah,
Brains.
Brains
Which the creator of Billy and Mandy explicitly stated that he wrote that episode around the song because he and Voltaire were friends, and he wanted to use that song as the basis for an episode.
I actually have
Which
a,
I just think that's so cool.
I actually have a whole playlist of Voltaire songs.
Yeah, Voltaire is one of the greatest musicians working today. If
And,
you happen to like weirdly dark satirical shit.
there's one that is like about a romance between it's called In Disguise, where this guy who works at like carnival or traveling circus who falls in love with the same girl over and over, but she's dressed up in different costumes all the time.
So
I remember that song. I don't listen to that one as often.
So I like this song. There's this band. Speaking of weirdly dark music, called they were called, I think, the not the Frankensteiners. I forgot the Volts the Vladimirs, right? And they have several really fucked up songs. One of them is called, I think, Death of the Party, and it's about like a school shooter that goes to a party, and the other is about a and the other is about a this actor this actor or actress who dies, and the song is basically like, oh, you died and no one cared and you'll never be anything successful. I'm like, this is the most like fucked up music I've ever heard.
Okay, so moving on.
Shit.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, Banana. We went sort of wooden on Pinocchio there for a bit, but I'm
Shut
All
the
right.
fuck up, Dalton. Shut the fuck up.
no.
Wouldn't on Pinocchio. I bet
But
his
my puns have been absent for far too long.
I didn't even know you made puns anymore.
All the fucking time.
See, this is what trying to cater to you has done to me, Brainstormer. I have been repressing my inner pun too long. The pun must flow.
I hate puns so fucking much.
I know you do. I know.
What about
I
dad
know
jokes?
you do.
What?
What about dad jokes? Do you hate dad jokes?
Like
I don't
80% of all dad jokes are puns, though. Usually.
I don't think I've really heard a dad joke, to be fair.
True. All right.
Well, presumably your mother did, but ching. Dad joke. I was simultaneously making one and also trying to demonstrate what a dad joke was. Anyway, Banana.
Banana.
Nonsense.
Hey, where are you going?
You tell him I love him. And I won't be a burden anymore. Hello?
The wooden boy with the borrowed soul.
I think I mentioned this the last time we did a reaction to this particular strain of Pinocchio trailers. I like the dark imagery of the idea of the wooden boy with a borrowed soul.
So I have this image in my head of like Pinocchio like on top of a little boy, and just like his mouth is open and he's just like sucking the soul out of like a little boy.
Oh, the way I was going with it was that like the soul that animates Pinocchio is secretly like a reincarnated soul of a little boy that died in infancy or something.
Well, I was under the impression that it is the soul of Geppetto's actual son.
That's what I thought too.
Yeah.
Or it could just be the Fae being needlessly dark because the Fae. That happens.
And he's an expert on the Fae.
I mean,
Well, he
no,
kinda is
but
one.
I knew enough to willingly bind myself to Mab, so there's that.
You have to corrupt the story of how you kind of fucked up with her.
I don't think I have told corrupt the story of how I became bound to Queen Mab. No.
You did a stupid.
In retrospect, I was set up to do a stupid.
You still
Leave me
didn't
alone.
use it though.
I am aware, but if I hadn't, she would have just gotten leverage over me another way because Mab. Because that's how she be.
Queen of the Fae? Alright, let's see.
Well, specifically the Queen of the Unseelie Fae. Otherwise known as Nicknaven or Holda or Perchta. Basically, I was at a point in my life where everything was crumbling down around me, and I needed essentially an ace in the hole. And so I went looking for entities that I could bargain with. And at the same time, I was reading the Dresden Files, and I was in a magic Discord, where a friend of mine had previously worked with Mab, and he had also already read the Dresden Files. So one day we were talking, and we were joking back and forth between talking about actual magic shit and talking about Dresden Files. And I asked him how close her actual personality was to the personality she had in the Dresden Files. And he said it was fairly comparable, but they did soften her a little bit. And I was like, okay, I can work with that entity. And so I took out one night, I took out a piece of paper, I wrote her name on it, and then I stuck myself with a needle and I offered my blood to her. And it appeared to have worked. So I went into the magic Discord a couple of days later, and they for some reason got it into their heads that I was indebted to her rather than the other way around for making the bargain. And so in an effort to prove to Mab that I could be a good business associate or ally, and this was in the middle of April-ish. Or actually, I guess it was a couple months after I had started the bargain, because started the bargain in November of, I want to say it was 2019, and this didn't happen until like April of 2020. Anyway, so through a series of shenanigans, I became convinced by the people that were in this magic Discord that I was inadvertently indebted to Mab. And so to prove to Mab that I was a decent business associate, I thought, okay, if I'm indebted to her for some reason, then I will simply fill a bottle with ice and stick my hand in it until I'm experiencing the symptoms of frostbite, because I know Mab likes cold and I know she likes pain. So I will simply cause myself pain on purpose with cold. And again, this was in April, or I would have gone for like a walk in the snow or something. But I was like, okay, she's the Queen of Winter and the Queen of the Unseelie Fae. So I will cause myself pain with cold, and that will expedite the bargain, and or get rid of the debt that I have allegedly incurred. And then I went back to them the next day, and they said me doing that would only make the debt grow. And at first, I was extremely, extremely distraught about this, but it occurred to me, partially due to conversations I had about this with Chrono at the time, that Mab was doing this not because she was actually upset with me, but because it was anathema to her that she would owe me anything. So she essentially created a situation where she would have leverage over me so that she could have controlling interest in the bargain, which at that point I wasn't even upset with her anymore, because Mab's gonna Mab. And then I remember facepalming and going, of course she did that because she's mad. Because if she were actually upset with me, I'm convinced I would have died by now, and I am still not dead. So either she's not upset with me, or she has some grander design for me, and she's saving whatever debt I owe her as an ace in the hole, which I'm fine with. So whatever.
We're all We're all slaves to some higher power.
And
Anyway,
people and people wonder why I don't fuck with the supernatural.
To be fair, Mab has been good to her word up until this point, and has not completely fucked me over, apart from that one time, which I'm convinced was just Mab being Mab, and I don't even blame her for. So there's that.
I just don't fuck with the supernatural on just general principle.
Yes, I am aware of your predilection against being the ethnic character in a horror movie.
Not even that. I am not smart enough to maneuver the grand schemes that otherworldly entities tend to make.
I mean that is fair, but it also depends on the entity. And like I've mentioned to you many times, there are plenty of entities that you probably could get away with bargaining with. My problem for you doing that is that normally under such circumstances I would try and help you, because it's kind of my job as your friend to try and help you in such situations. But any entities that would be interested in you are going to be far kinder than I am honestly capable of stomaching, because I don't do kind. So there's that.
Dalton prefers blacker than black.
No, it's just I don't. Kind often ties in with concepts like the greater good, and I don't believe in that shit. I'd much rather deal with someone who was like honest about being a predator and didn't give a fuck about morality, but did give a fuck about logic. Hence Mab, because that's kind of her whole thing, and she doesn't really care much about morality, but she does care about like logic and the individual natures of things. Hence why bargain. Anyway, moving on.
Yeah.
Banana.
While you may have eternal life, your loved ones, they do not. You never know how long you have with someone until they're gone.
Okay, that's an interesting twist.
For who you are!
Guide him.
That's a very interesting twist, actually. The idea that Pinocchio being an animated puppet actually gives him benefits that other people don't have.
I also noticed something with the Blue Fairy is that, well, honestly, it's not surprising given what I am aware of with Faye. My limited knowledge on Faye is that it does seem that she takes different forms.
I mean, yeah, they tend to, especially like the high she or the high fae tends to be prone to shapeshifting because glamour.
Well, earlier we saw that she had like a Sphinx form.
Yeah, I kind of hope they do something similar to Robin Williams' Genie and just have her constantly shapeshifting for ostensibly no reason. Like, have her just be standing there and moving from shape to shape, because that would be cool.
I realize how technically difficult that is for stop motion.
I mean, it would be, but that would make it all the cooler, honestly, if they managed to do that.
Fair. I'm just saying I would not put my hopes up to expect that, but yeah.
To be fair, I'm not sure she's entirely stop motion. I think there might be some CG elements to her. So.
Oh yeah, no, it's clear to CGE. Obviously, I don't think we can disagree.
I think they did a good job. Yeah,
Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah, they're just.
It's a very good CGI rendition of a stop motion style, but I think.
No, I think it is stop motion. I just think they added CG to enhance it.
Probably.
Yeah, they like Leica has done that.
Yeah, like with Agatha Pendergast in Paranorman.
Oh no, got Kubo and the Nine Strings.
2.
I haven't seen that one actually.
There are 2 strings. You added 7 of them.
Oh, Kubo and 2 strings. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah. Anyway, Banana.
Does you have anything to say, bro?
I'm kind of getting pretty fatigued.
Yeah. Okay.
Falling asleep. I might call it here.
Yep, that's Banana.
Yeah.
Banana split.
Stop that! Don't hurt him anymore!
You may have no strength, but I control you. Bring him back to me.
I got nothing to say, but like this looks good, you know.
Yeah, Guillermo del Toro
Okay.
once again made a good movie. Gasp, shock, horror. Who could have seen this coming?
Once again, he's made a movie that I'm excited for, but probably won't have time to watch until like 5 years later.
It's coming out on Netflix in like a week, so if you have Netflix, you'll at least be able to watch it.
It looks excellent.
Yeah, like just the colors themselves. Like, okay, I've said this so much. Like, I bring this up so many times with like most modern movies. They are bland as shit when it comes.
Yeah,
to
they don't know how to use color effectively.
I mean, it's not everyone, mind you, but it's a pretty prevalent thing.
Yeah, but the vast majority of movies appear to just not know how to use color effectively. But in any case, the sidebar I will say is, given how closely Guillermo del Toro and Netflix seem to work, it does bother me that they didn't think to offer Guillermo del Toro the showrunner position on Sandman.
You know, I let it go, but I doubt you will ever.
No, never. It's getting a season 2, which means I'm gonna have to watch my favorite comic be raped again.
It's like, they massacred my boy.
Oh yeah. Unironically, they kind of did. It's terrible.
Okay. Anyway, but we got like 30 seconds left, so shall we?
Yeah, banana.
Life is such a wonderful gift.
December 9th.
Okay, so more like a month-ish.
Okay. Yeah, I'm excited for that. Oh crap, I don't know if you knew this, but Wednesday was my birthday.
Nice. I should get you something. What do you want, Brainstormer?
He doesn't want things. That's
No.
a problem with Brainstormer. You kind of have to know him well enough to basically shop for him something that he wouldn't get for himself.
I mean, I got comics. Some good ones.
In any case, Corrupt is tired, Brainstormer's tired, so we probably should do the outro.
Yeah. So, with that, folks, I want to say goodbye, adios, aloha, auf Wiedersehen, sayonara, peace, cheers, and
Shalom. Nah, fuck off.
have a happy Thanksgiving.
Yes, that too.
Bye, all you crazy, wonderful people.
Don't eat your